22, and the mud flood, the digital mud flooding of the mass mind continues, and we are moving into a dark age. We've actually been in one this whole time, we just didn't know it. And then some of us figured out, but before we can climb out of it, they're going to pull us all back in deeper. They had a ready-made plan, although it's just a conspiracy theory, this whole great reset thing. Now, I'm starting to go through my notes. I know it's been a few days, been very busy on the back end, building a foundation for what the future holds for Infinite Plane Society. And it's worse than anybody thought, just saying. Um, let's see, top headlines here. Oh, Joe Rogan called out The Rock. Joe Rogan's like a mini rock. But this is interesting to me, and this is at the top of my list just because The Rock gets called out for being on steroids or something. Meanwhile, the Liver King, I don't know if you know who the Liver King is. He's that guy who walks around shirtless with a beard, goes into the store and he mocks your vegetables. Anyway, Liver King, who built a huge online empire by eating like raw livers, has been exposed as using steroids. I remember a few people getting into this eating raw meat thing. In particular, Jake the Orifice, the flat earther, did for a while, and he was eating like just raw ground beef, right? I mean, just raw meat or steak or something. My point being, I think he thought he was going to get big, and last I checked, it hadn't made much of a difference. And here you have the Liver King, and you're like, wow, how do you get a body like that? This guy looks like The Rock. And this is what got me thinking. Liver King comes out as a steroid junkie, and then Joe Rogan comes out calling out The Rock, and I'm like, you know what these guys have in common? I don't think The Rock is using illegal drugs like that. I think that would damage his long-term prospects. And I don't think the Liver King is either. I think both the Liver King and The Rock are wearing rubber bodysuits. And if you look very closely at the Liver King, I mean, it's kind of like Chet Hanks, where the chest just, I mean, it's not that they're top heavy or the chest doesn't match, it's that it's literally a rubber muscle suit. And you can get these with anything. You don't need surgical augmentations anymore. Like, I've been wondering about this. It's like Madonna, for example. You've seen her recent videos, I'm sure, and some of these other celebrities who've invested heavily into plastic surgery. And I'm thinking, you know, it'd be so much easier just to buy a mask of yourself and just kind of freeze it at a certain age whenever you go on camera. And yes, that is the Liver King. My contention is that he is actually Rubbermaid. Now let's look at Black Adam, The Rock. Here we go. And the movie Black Adam, I'm going to watch it and review it for a few reasons. We may get into that. And now I'm just saying that what you're looking at here is not physically sustainable, and that his transformation wasn't the result of drugs, but rather the implementation of this next level of deep fakery. We often talk about fakery here, like space is fake, if you didn't know, it's a cartoon. People think deep fakes are filters that you use on Instagram to erase your age, or bringing in some celebrity into a movie who wasn't there, creating these face swaps. No, no, deep faking has always been deep disguise. And we're talking synthetic bodies like this. The Liver King and The Rock are both rubber. Again, just pointing out that Joe Rogan coming out calling The Rock out on steroids, he's just running cover. Now, Joe Rogan's on steroids. Okay, let's get to the headlines today. There's a lot going on, as always. And if it's not interesting, we tend to make it so. It's been a few days. Criminalizing fake news, why it won't work. Kanye West called Elon Musk a genetic hybrid. Yeah, no, this is all kind of interesting. We'll slightly touch on this for a moment here because it's been a few days. Ye's his final tweet was a swastika with a Star of David attached to or superimposed. And what's fascinating to me is that that's the symbol of the Raelian cult. And I did attempt to investigate them a number of years ago. I got their PDF called Geneocracy. And if you didn't know, the Raelian cult is a group that believes that the human race was basically created by aliens, or Elohim they call them, that descended and upgraded the monkeys, the apes. The apes got some kind of alien upgrade, and there you have man. And that what's more, the Raelians claim to have actually cloned humans. So forget about Dolly, the sheep. I mean, they've been cloning humans and supposedly for a long time. Now, I'm looking at this symbol of the Raelians, which they did trademark, and Ye posted it. Now, the masses think obviously it's him being anti-Semitic, combining the swastika and the star. And I think the truth of it is that symbol is much older than its more recent propaganda use. But what's more, I think it might have been a shout out to this Raelian thing. Not only because Ye followed that up by calling Musk some kind of a genetic hybrid, but it turns out that Elon Musk actually has his Raelian bona fides. He's a bona fide Raelian. I think they made him some kind of, here it is. It goes back. Rail awards honorary guide title to Elon Musk. Now the name Raelian, it's Ra-El, like Israel, ISIS, Ra-El. You can look at these as composite names. That's how they use them sometimes. Like the Masons worship something called Jabalon or something, Jehovah, Baal, and Dagon, I believe. You'll have to ask your local Masons. Okay, Rail Award honorary guide title to Elon Musk. I've decided to award the honorary guide of humanity to Musk, said Rail, the leader of the movement. He called himself a free speech absolute. This looks like a troll. But then again, the Raelian Embassy for Extraterrestrials is a real thing. And not only is this a real thing, but it's no weirder than what the masses believe. Embassy for Extraterrestrials project presented to 50 cities around the world. I don't want to get too far into the Raelians. I'm just pointing out that their symbolism was used in this recent drama with Kanye West, and I'm suggesting that it wasn't some random symbol that he grabbed, but that Ye may even consciously know what he's doing. Like what I'm suggesting here is that there's an esoteric side to the media, and specifically the celebrity drama. When I look at someone like someone of the magnitude of a Ye on the world stage, his significance as a fashion mogul. Look, fashion is lesser magic, mind manipulation. If you don't believe me, look at 2020. What enforced this new paradigm, the new normal? A fashion statement, PPE. Was it medically protective or was it a fashion statement? Come on. All right, let me go ahead and catch up on the comments. It's been a minute, and again, I want to point out that I have a lot of new plans. I've spent these last few days, I kind of compared it to like, Muhammad in the cave talking to the crazy angel and dictating a new book on how to rule the world. I was like, just kind of in my office going through my notes, and I really systematized everything. Like right now, I have a very quick uh, manual notes to speech to text to Bluetooth print. Like I can print my notes very rapidly. It's just like it's an app away. I click a button, hit send, and then I have it in print. And everything that I print, all my notes throughout the day, whatever we're talking about that I think might be worth discussing, goes into my red folder, which is by my desk. In this way, I won't miss anything. And any of the conversation we have in Discord, like anything we've talked about in the last few days, none of it gets buried. Because that's what we're really looking at. I opened up with One Eye Jack and the Shells track Mud Flood, and I said that we were experiencing a digital mud flood. And what I mean by that is the brave new world, Huxleyan vision of so much information, nothing means anything anymore. That's kind of where we're at. And I've been pointing out for a number of weeks or months here that every 24 hours they give you 48 hours worth of news to parse. They leave you at the mercy of pundits to sort it out for you. That's the whole point. And I'm suggesting here you have to be your own pundit. You have to step back off the world stage to really see how things work. And most of the pundits don't even know. The reason why we're censored, the reason why we've been cut off of more than 145 YouTube channels is because what we are doing here is we are building an open source think tank research community on the premise that we know how media works and we're figuring it out, and we have been, and we've been digging and we've been learning. And instead of being cowed or bullied into going back to the mainstream, no, we went over the rails. Like we're not even trapped by the alternative media trap, which is really just a way to filter you back into the mainstream. And this, what we're doing here, is actually growing the IPS think tank, and that's thanks to all of you here, supporters. And for the last few days, even though I've been gone, I've been working on building, really, like I said, a foundation because we're moving into print. And very soon, all of you that carry Infinite Plane Media or Infinite Plane Radio press passes, you'll be distribution nodes for the. I'm not going to say what it is yet, but for the new project. And it's not only, it's beyond print. That's the thing. I'm not looking at let's go back to print and just old school it. I'm saying introducing print with sort of a with reciprocal links. You get the book, you don't feel like reading it, you just scan the QR code, you get the MP3, like very fully integrated content that will be beyond the possibility. Transcending censorship is my point here. Why fight with all these platforms that are all totally controlled anyway? I mean, Discord tried to take me out, but I had 5 clones already built. They took out the wrong one. But look, they've been trying. They've been targeting. I know people have had their, like, look at Fakeologist. How many Discord channels has he lost? And this was meant to be a place for the outcasts. There is no place. And here's something else. This is the big story. The big story of the day that people might be missing is that all this drama you're seeing with Twitter and the Twitter exodus is simply this. They're preparing the masses for an internet lockdown. They're going to go full on infodemic on us and quarantine enforcement while they purify. And you will have to put your your internet mask on. You're going to have to put on some kind of a hate speech filter before you get back into the comments. That's what this is ultimately about. And the celebrities who are saying this is too much, we got to leave, they're quarantining. Remember how the 2020 psyop was 100% a celebrity driven psyop. Who led the way? Tom Hanks, various celebrities getting the sniffles, leading the way into quarantine. Look at me, I'm quarantining, virtue signaling. Well, every single one of these celebrities leaving Twitter is simply virtue signaling. It's like you got to announce on Twitter that you're leaving Twitter. Okay, that's a statement as you leave. And again, these are celebrities, meaning um, what they're doing is not just mere drama. It's all strategic. It's all propaganda. Anyway, let me get back into the chat. Again, what has kept this channel afloat this whole time has been this commitment to maintaining the format of an open source think tank like we have. And we've seen it when real-time events break out and how rapidly we deconstruct stories. It's like watching a bunch of ants taking apart a dead grasshopper. It's like the stories don't stand a chance. We disarticulate them. We understand them. The Club Q shooting recently happened at midnight. We had already more or less deconstructed the narrative and the purpose by 3 a.m. Like I woke up, my auto hoax senses were tingling. I woke up and checked my phone. It's like Club Q. Okay, this is going to blame the right, specifically the QAnon fringe. Okay, it's an LGBT. Okay, I get it. It's going to tie into the drag queen storytime protests. And exactly. All right, joined by AA, Benton, Cubstar, Zinvalis, Osher6, Uncool Ben, Heidi, Belanger, thank you for joining. Your mama's here. Salty Siren says chest vest. Oh, yeah, Chet Hanks and his chest vest. He's got some cool tattoos on it. Less painful that way. Everything is just so fake. All right. Cubstar says skinny tramp in a muscle suit. Yeah, I'm not saying that The Rock is a beanpole. I'm just saying he's not as big as he looks. And they call him The Rock because everything they do is the opposite. Up is down, good is bad. They invert everything. So wouldn't it be such a huge joke that The Rock would be actually rubber? You know what I mean? Like, how perfectly inverted is that? And that kind of makes me. There's something Kevin Hart said. I hate doing live research on the fly, but Kevin Hart said something kind of peculiar, where he made some kind of a troll on The Rock, and I believed he said something about The Rock possibly even being made out of rubber. Oh, here it is. He asked if Dwayne The Rock's forehead was really prosthetic. Yeah, this is a very bizarre video. I'm not going to play it, But The Rock and Kevin Hart were making these jokes back and forth, and yeah, Kevin Hart suggested The Rock was prosthetic, and I'm suggesting his body's rubber. Same with the Liver King. All right, to continue. Yeah, the Liver King is Rubbermaid, and the Rock is, yeah, the guy's wearing a skin suit. I've seen examples. I don't want to search it right now on the fly, but you can look. You want to look good on Saturday night, and you want to have a body like the Rock, you just got to order it from Amazon. Or you want to look like you want to look like any female, you can order the right chest pieces, or any in between. It's like we're Mr. Potato Head world now. Just get the parts you want, put it on. Truth Hurts 21 says these people take it to the extreme are promoted to mock animal-based diets. I thought it might be some kind of a mockery. All of the people promoting the eat the raw meat are kind of, I don't know, kind of they look like federal informants for the most part, or trolls, paid trolls. Like I considered a troll operation, and I can talk about it now since I'm not going to do it. It's not technically a spoiler. But I considered hiring a couple of actors to pose as breatharians, where for like 90 days they just eat, or rather imbibe the nutrients from the ether. And then for 30 days we follow them, or 90 days, and we just interview them every few days. And all they do is they breathe in the ether, and they eat ions or something. I don't know what they do. They drink water here and there, but for the most part, they're self-contained and they meditate. But then at the end of the 70 or 80, 90-day period, I have them busted at a Burger King, like just eating Whoppers as a, Whopper, kind of an inside joke. But the whole thing would be, it'd just be a funny troll, and we'd get millions of followers, and obviously we'd all be driving Lambos. You can make big money in the hoax industrial complex. It's huge. The reason I won't do it is that in today's environment, um, so many people would actually copy them that people would be starving to death, and it'd be blamed on me. They'd be basically, it would be, yeah, it'd be skeletons in the basements. They'd be like, yep, Infinite Plane Radio suggested you don't have to eat, and he's been interviewing these people. All right, let me continue. Travis Cloud says, Black Adam was okay. Rock's acting is so simple. He just has a bunch of one-liners and he makes a face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they pay him like it's in his contract, like every time he raises his eyebrow or something. It's always these signature cliche facial expressions and poses, and they're always trying to relive whatever made them cool. And it rots over time. It loses its impact. The last movie I saw with The Rock, I don't remember what it was called, but he was chasing Ryan Reynolds around. And I was just like, this guy's got to turn sideways to walk through a door. That can't be real. AA says Synthol's funny guys with huge, weird biceps from injecting oil. Okay, now synthol was a thing and is a thing where you inject yourself with oil. Those guys didn't get the memo. You can wear your oil packets on the outside. I mean, you don't have you can just buy your little balloons full. I don't know what these rubber suits are. I've never like I'm pretty sure The Rock feels like real muscle. But I think these things I don't think it's just pure rubber. I think there's some kind of inside squeezy material. We ought to send an Infinite Plane Radio reporter to one of the, or just crowdsource one of these bodysuits, have them test it out. All right, continuing. Didn't I see Elon is Aurelian? Yes, he's he could be. And what Ye had said was that he suspected that Ye was one of, oh, I'm sorry, that Elon was one of 10 or 20 clones of himself. Now, I don't want to get sidetracked into this Raelian clone thing, but it stood out to me for a few reasons, and one of the main reasons, and she was recently in the news. Um, Elon Musk's wife, his first wife, I believe, Justine Musk, had this book that I read. Back when I used to sell books, I'd get a ton of books from the used bookstore, I'd flip them on Amazon, and I flipped through this one, Lord of Bones, by Justine Musk, because, well, I was like, what kind of woman was the guy that's going to take us out to Mars? What was he, who was he dating? And given the truth about what the space agencies actually do and what the role of fake space is in our world today, as in it's part of our new paradigm, it's the fake space, I thought there's got to be something in here. Like, you don't just marry anybody, you usually have some kind of overlap. So here's Lord of Bones, and I flipped through it, but here's the overview. Ramsey is a teenage boy with an angel trapped inside him. He and Jess stopped a demon intent on bringing out the apocalypse, but the gate was opened and more demons have made their way into the world. These demons need to inhabit human bodies to survive, and therein lies their weakness. Ramsey and Jess travel from town to town looking for the demon hybrids. Now, here's the thing: the book is very similar to JPL and the Babylon working. And if you go back, and Musk ties into all of this when you get into the symbolism, especially his his I guess is it a Mars base out there with a Stargate. But the idea here was this: at the genesis of NASA, you had JPL, Jack Parsons was there with L. Ron Hubbard and Marjorie Cameron, and they were trying to summon the Antichrist. Well, the idea was that you're bringing in these non corporeal beings into the world. The gateway is the priestess in these rituals, but they need bodies to inhabit. And that's kind of the problem because, you're looking at some disincarnate entity. Now, here's where it gets interesting and it ties into the Raelians and the clone thing. In this book, what happens is there's an underground, now this ties into Musk and his boring company drilling underground. You have these deep underground bases where there are clones happening, and these are soulless, uninhabited clones waiting for some kind of sentient um, being to jump into it. And that's where the satanic rituals come in. So they're able to summon fallen angels to take over these cloned bodies. Anyway, that's Lord of Bones, Justine Musk. Just kind of an overview, just so you know where he's coming from, what's in his head. All right, continuing. Wee says, thanks, Tim, for pointing out that the symbol is older than the agitprop we're seeing now. Oh, yes. In fact, I've seen the symbol of the swastika and the six-pointed star combined in a few different contexts as well. In fact, when you get into the tarot and you go look at the symbolism, you can find, well, I don't want to get too far into the weeds here, but what I'm saying is when you get into like Western occultism and how far back the stuff goes, a lot of these symbols have multiple applications. Like AOK. Does it mean AOK? Does it mean white power? Does it mean 666? Or does it mean AOK? Sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, but it's important to remember when it's not. I mean, Sigmund Freud is a blood relative of the founder and first CEO of Netflix. And they're both related to Edward Bernays, propaganda and the public mind. All right, let me continue. Rocco Calzone has joined us, says aloha all. Thanks for joining. And my new plan, by the way, is 90 minutes, just mainly just content and research, and 90 minutes caller driven content. So 3 hours a day is my basic schedule, morning and evening, or all in the evening, just depending on the day. But my quota is actually 3 hours. Someone asks if the Penguinzilla is on. Let me check. I'm going to have to turn that back on momentarily. The Kraken. Joined by Copaesthetic, says Autohook senses were tingling. Yeah, when, you can sense that some big news story happened. Like you can sense a disturbance. Like the herd is suddenly a little off, on edge. Never forget the antics of 2020, and we're going to have to do some kind of documentary. And I wanted to call it, I don't know, maybe Covidiot Nation or something. There's got to be some kind of compilation because you have to hold people accountable for how they acted when things got bad. Like this was a fake apocalypse, and look how they acted. If it was the real thing, the people who are stealing toilet paper will be, who knows what they will be doing. The people who are looting stores will be looting homes. I mean, they escalate. And the masses are definitely uniformly triggerable. If you're not an auto hoaxer, you're probably triggerable. And what I mean is, you are triggered by the news because you believe it, or you're scared of the masses so you won't criticize the news, which also means you're triggerable. If you don't care about what the masses say because you care about the truth, and you're not triggered by the news because you know it's fake and you have to analyze it first, yeah, then I would say you've more or less you've ascended. Welcome to the club. Not that it's all ascended. What I'm saying is you stepped off of their edifice of lies. It's like leaving a cult, and it's not easy to do. But I do have a bit of practical experience in cult deprogramming, mainly myself. I mean, I joined one of the biggest cults in the world, the military, and there is quite a lot that can be said for the usefulness for fascism and teamwork and that kind of groupthink programming. But what the media is doing is, I think, is they're turning the masses into religious fundamentalists. And I am not part of their religion. I'm like stepping outside of it. And it's definitely, if you ask me, the case that 2020 was all about this mind war. Like for example, the old religions. And look at the screen. If you're looking at the screen, this is just showing you how the old religions and the new religions or the new religion are the same. Here you have Elon Musk with an image of his starship, and it says Ark of Space. Starship taking beings of Earth to Mars. And of course, they're taking two of each animal because I guess Elon Musk believes that these animals are binary. And it's an interesting picture anyway. You'll notice that there are like New World Order police keeping the mobs away because they got to get the animals in there first. Can't have all those people. I'm just pointing this out because this Noah's Ark scenario has been reintroduced with global warming. Well, they had to reintroduce sin and evil, and they do have modern counterparts. Now, to get the people to accept the premise of sin, they have to believe in God and punishment, but they've eradicated that, so they've replaced it. I'm saying the new concept, of course, is the invisible killer, one that you can be saved from preemptively, and those who are saved and those who are unsaved are then harshly divided because you have one group that rejects salvation, and this invisible killer is, I believe, sin reintroduced. I think the virus is a construct as far as the pandemic goes, used for the most part to replace sin and give the new priesthood the same level of controls they had over superstitious believers in these old world controlling paradigms. And this is just a new one. I think this war is mostly mental. That's why you're not actually tripping over bodies anywhere. All right, going through some comments. Dimitri says, "Are the arms real? Has he ever flexed in a movie?" Yeah, I would like to see The Rock flex in a movie because I don't think those arms are real. For the longest time, I thought the guy was injected with synthol. In fact, back in 2020, I remember thinking, yeah, this guy's got to be on synthol. Just imagine him sitting there and his assistants are around with these like big syringes, just pumping him full of whatever they put in there, Crisco. But no, he wears it on the outside. Wears it on the outside. By the way, we're going to do some more etymology. Tim Truth called in a little over a week ago, and we talked about the word syringe, how it comes from syrinx, the pan flute. Again, pan, god of the panic. Think pan, pandemic, panic, and very interesting line of inquiry there. But a few nights ago in the Discord server, Lean Dion pointed out that this could be an explanation for all those twerking nurses. Do you remember those videos when we were trying to figure out what's with all these empty hospitals, but then these nurses are just having a field day, twerking, pole dancing on the IV poles? I assumed that the pharmacies were open or something, and they had no patience, nothing to deal with. But no, these were actually globally coordinated dance routines and dance contests everywhere. Now I think I know why. Because, for example, do you remember the blinding lights challenge? And I don't want to go through and play any. I actually do want to create a separate compilation of all of the dancing nurse videos. There's got to be a documentary on this. But my thinking is there were some points where we thought this is very hive mindy. They're all wearing this PPE, can't see their faces, they're moving and dancing like zombies. And it's all being globally orchestrated, like the blinding lights challenge, all these nurses, what's going on here? Now, here's where it ties in. You have Pan, the pan flute, the syrinx, the syringe, the pandemic, the lockdowns. It looks to me like what we're actually seeing with the nurses is, and this is what Lean Dion pointed out, these are the nymphs dancing with the satyr. Pan has his dancing nurses, you could say. It's fertility. It's basically, yeah, it's the extremes, the extreme representation of male fertility, this horned god with the pipes, and then you have the goddesses running around that he's chasing them around. Yeah, the dancing nurses were probably the counterpart and part of this role that they weren't even aware of. All right, let us continue going through comments. We says, do you remember Fredericks of Hollywood? Fake calves, fake booty, fake. Interesting. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if there are bodybuilders out there that have like rubber calves. Because that's like a genetic thing. You can you can do whatever you want physically to your body, inject whatever, but like Arnold Schwarzenegger, I remember reading about how his calves were disproportionately small, and I'm thinking, I've heard about like calf injections and stuff, but I could see, just like wearing like a calf sock, but it's flesh colored. Super easy. All right, let us continue going through your comments, see if I've missed anything. Cat Bunny Buffalo is here. How durable would a muscle suit be? Is he bigger now compared to his pro wrestling days? Now, if you're talking about the rubber, I mean, the rock, yeah, I would say that he's like twice as big. I was like, what happened? He hits middle age and he blows up. Like he got bigger than before. Like he leveled up. Like, how does that happen? It's usually the reverse. And I think he is definitely using some top secret fake body stuff. I mean, how would you know? Like, is there some kind of goggles, you could see if there's any sort of heat signature in a room and the rock is like not there. Maybe that would show it. Okay, let me continue going through again. I want to make sure I don't miss anybody here. Okay, I've caught up. Excellent. Phones are going to be open now or later. It doesn't matter. Like I said, we have a quota now. 3 solid hours a day. I want 90 minutes to be caller driven because our think tank has always been that. It's been about the human intel, the pool, the thousands of eyeballs, thousands of pairs of ears. Watching the world go by and helping us build a composite that you wouldn't get otherwise. This picture's too big to be seen with one person. I remember somewhere reading, I think it was something Aleister Crowley had said about flies. There's a couple of enigmatic quotes I need to dig up about Crowley. One of them is about etymology, which he says is the most important grimoire. Alan Moore mentioned that, a book of the origin of words. But there was a statement he made about flies, about how we are like a fly on a painting, and that from our perspective, we have no concept of what the bigger reality is. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that. I mean, I guess. I mean, I'm a human, not a fly, but my point of it is this picture that we're seeing is so compartmentalized that one person can't see it. You have people all the way up the pyramid who can't see the big picture. You got to be at the capstone. And what we've been doing here from the very beginning has been recognizing these insights and implementing, or rather including them in our bigger picture worldview. If you don't know about the existence of crisis actors, you're just not in reality. Your reality's been augmented. And I'm not a reality denialist. I experience the same one you do, but the difference is I don't accept any augmentations that can't be verified. I don't have any superstitions. And many of the things people think are real are superstitions, like Bigfoot and the ISS. In fact, we had a lot of conversations about the space station, and I've been fine-tuning my arguments to bring it down. I believe the space station is held up by nothing more than hearsay, a non sequitur fallacy, and ad populum arguments. That's what keeps it up there. That's all. Okay, going through my notes here. Now, here's something else I wanted to get back into. The flat Earth topic. That topic proved that there's an immune system in the media, that it will react and it will close up any kind of hemorrhaging about any potentially damaging information, even if it means destroying entire platforms like YouTube, for example. YouTube was destroyed to stop flat earthers from talking. And are there any real, quote, flat earthers in the sense the media describes? Not really. We're talking about people with questions that go beyond merely the lack of conspicuous curve. We're asking for answers. And we've pointed out the liars. And they want you to focus on, oh, prove they're lying, prove they're lying. But you could spend years trying to prove that they're lying. How about just recognize they're lying, accept it, and then ask, what are they hiding? What do they really know? And we've been consistently getting those answers. I mean, that's what infinite plane society has been from the beginning. I took the name to kind of be an alternative to this flat earth society structure they were imposing over this topic of the world's not what they say. And I'm saying, let's not limit it to this. Let's find out all the answers because it's not about shape. It's about, I think, open or close. Are we in an open system or a closed system? And I'm not talking specifically and only about geography, but I'm also talking about information, culture, and everything else. I mean, the timeline that we're on is even questionable. You think you can trust your history? Why? You think it wasn't written by the same people that write your news every day? But what's a more important question? Are they lying and proving they're lying to the people who can't tell that they're lying? I mean, what's a more important priority? Convincing people that these guys are lying, or again asking, well, what's behind these lies? And that's kind of where my focus is. Space is fake, but I'm not denying there's something up. I am denying there is something down in the way that they say because I don't think space is beneath us. I think it's up. I think they might. I mean, I think there's a lot of areas that we could probably get into here. Auto hoaxing reality. But the reason why flat Earth specifically has been challenged is that it's transgressive because it goes beyond their established paradigm. Oh, this is the world that we say you live on. It's this closed system, and if you don't recycle, it's going to flood, and it's going to kill your grandchildren. And it also contradicts the authorities. It just flat out says, no, you guys are lying. And they don't like that. They would rather have you get into different denominations and argue with each other. They don't want you questioning the central premise, the authority. Because this question says, oh, their science is corrupt. It's not that science is bad. And this is another thing. The Flat Earth Society and the domers out there, like Sergeant Dome, they're always saying science is bad, science lies. I'm like, no, science is a methodology, not a belief system. Religion lies. And the media is a religion, and it lies. And it lies about what science actually would reveal. We don't have a scientific exploration of the edges of the world, as far as I know. For the most part, we're just told and we accept. Yeah, it's the ice continent on the bottom. And then the flat earthers are told it's an ice wall, and they're satisfied with that. No, it's an ice wall and there's glass there. And they were very sensitive to a lot of questions like, if you're positing a dome, what is the curve of the dome? Is it higher in the middle or is it flat? There's so many questions that were just shelved. And then there were even people who could credibly instigate some kind of exploration or something, and most of them would say you can't go because the ice wall is lined by Navy ships with guns and they'll shoot you. Okay, sure. Okay, let me go ahead and let's go through the notes in my minds.com. See if we can catch back up. Lots happening. I got a message from the blind skeptic who is not skeptical about Kanye West, who is married to a Kardashian and has been a lifelong part of the PSYOP entertainment complex, connected to the Kardashians, connected to the OJ thing, connected to the. I mean, really, when you get into it, you want to say that Kanye West is on your side, be my guest. The blind skeptic, though, he says to me, how are you grouping Kanye into this? He's fighting for the independence. He's calling out feds all over the place. Really, he didn't call out Nick Fuentes. Just because Ye's in the spotlight doesn't mean he's one of them. He's trying to break free and he's being smeared. But I agree with you about Trump and Musk. Okay, well, one, Musk believes in outer space. He promotes that whole lie. You want to trust Musk is like somehow fighting for your freedom? Okay, if he was, he'd pull the rug out from underneath NASA, like yesterday. Then when it comes to Trump, is he on your side? I don't know if he's. I think he's a straw man, a populist type who's meant to take a fall. I mean, that's pretty much what's happening there. He's Biff Tannen right now. We're just waiting for his glorious exit, which some posit, and Donnie Darkin on Twitter really believes this, that he's going to be the Antichrist. And I wouldn't be surprised. Not that I believe there's going to be a quote Antichrist. That's all made up stuff. The fact is, the world stage personas that we focus on are generally composite characters, and you can find out who they're based on pretty blatantly. Jeff Bezos is Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel, and I can point out 100 ways where they've made that his persona. But to stay on topic here, I answered him because he said again, "How are you grouping Ye with Musk and Trump?" He's because I said this was a trifecta, and I said Ye's on the script as a right-wing activist, a partisan provocateur. He takes part in satanic ritual, satanic fashion, and his entire fall from grace was predictable. I called this last January, and the 22222 ritual was definitely a welcome party for the Antichrist. And what do you all think? Is he on your side? Are you following Ye? Was he right? I mean, I've learned from it. I've actually come to believe that the explanation that he gave for who controls the world is a right wing fringe explanation, counterpart to the left wing fringe explanation that blames white privilege for everything. This blame whitey for everything, blame Jew for everything. Yeah, it's partisan. If it's partisan, it's fake. That's generally the case. If it's a partisan issue, it's just another football. It's another scapegoat, and it's not going to go away. The gun grab's never going to go away. The womb grab's never going to go away. They want to regulate our guns. They want to regulate our wombs. Think about that. It's the male and the female. These are, again, the guns on the right, the abortion on the left. You can see how its masculine, feminine polarities are playing off of. These things do not go away. The explanation that the Jews are controlling everything is always going to be a facet of the right. And the blaming of the whites for everything is always going to be a facet of the left. To say that he's somehow promulgating the truth is, look, red pill has been for some time pretty much just the right wing version of woke. If you don't like woke, then red pill should also nauseate you because it's the same exact poison. Oh, but my poison's red and yours is blue. I want to point this one out too. This is the story of Bankman Fried, who just got arrested. Crypto creep busted in Bahamas. Fraud, money laundering. I effed up, he says. Now I'm looking at this and I'm saying this is a deep fake. This is a persona. Just as fake as the Rock's rubber body, his rubber muscles. Just as fake as the Liver King's rubber body, the Rubber King. This is a scapegoat. People are asking, where do the billions go? I would imagine that the billions went to people who are smart enough to create a fall guy who would be easy to point at, easy to distract everybody from who's actually making money. They're going to dress him up. He's going to be this devil in a nerd's clothing, always in a dirty, stained shirt, messy hair. I mean, this is so fake. And people are believing it. Like, where'd the money go? Yeah, whoever paid for this thing. He could be animatronic. He could be rubber. He could be an actor. I don't think you're looking at an actual person here who's surprised at what's happening because he knows that he's running cover for all of these other people. Salty Siren says Elon is so butthurt. Oh yeah, you know what? You're right about that. He got booed at a Dave Chappelle. Is it comedy or is it um, political grandstanding? I mean, look, he's a comedian, sure, Dave Chappelle, but for the most part, it's just become partisan, and it's become, in many ways, gatekeepy. He's like, I don't understand the philosophy of the flat Earth society or the flat Earth. It's like, I don't understand the philosophy of believing everything you see on TV and trusting everything as though they've never lied before. But commenter says Russia will be launching nuclear strikes against NATO population centers in 48 hours, making final preparations. They will not be launching the first strike at the U.S. Yeah, I've been thinking that they would be, well, hitting Seattle first, but we'll see. Wee says, in my opinion, Ye didn't call Fuentes because he was desperate at that moment for someone in his corner. Yeah, but he chose a guy who says that women shouldn't have the right to vote. Like, if you don't believe in women's suffrage, then yeah, champion Fuentes. Fuentes is also said some very disparaging comments about all races, not just Jews, who he wants to purge from government. I mean, he's literally a white racist nationalist, and he's proud of it. And he's also an uber incel who believes that if you're having sex outside of marriage, you are in somehow mortal sin. Like, it's just kind of neo-puritanical streak that I see coming from the far right. But I think it's all fallacious. Even Kanye's like he's blaming pornography for the destruction of his family. But then you hear about accounts of him at work, and he's like, "Make me a shoe I can have sex with." I'm like, I'm pretty sure um, these guys are actors, but maybe not. Maybe Ye's actually authentically going through his own Truman Show breakdown. But I'm just getting vibes from 2015, 2016 when Ye put on a MAGA hat and it was a big deal. Now White Lives Matter. It just seems like it's an old trick. But I also think that what his downfall is scripted, and I think it's when I say scripted, I mean it was planned. I don't think what he's experiencing is simply because he criticized those you cannot criticize. I think if Ye had said similar things about any group, he'd be hitting the same exact kind of barriers. It's interesting to watch though. But I'm saying that I called it in January that Kanye West's downfall is going to coincide with the nuking of the West, which is about to happen. It's all symbolic. You're looking at the debased West, the Antichrist West, and then you have the Russia threat now with the nukes, and they're saying that the American West cannot be exporting its evils everywhere, and they're going to put us back in our place. And Ye epitomizes what the West is about. It's the Kardashian lifestyle, this idol worship, and I think that his downfall is symbolic of the downfall of the West, thus the name. And you'll note throughout the year that it was constantly framed this way, that the West has got to fall, the West is the Antichrist. Now, as far as Ye hanging out with white nationalist types, it was all, I believe, to platform that kind of stuff on Twitter with Musk's help. And the reason why, and this is the point of the psyop. What is the purpose? Why am I saying that Ye is a provocateur for the right? Look, the fact that he tried to buy Parler, which they're not selling to him anymore, he was going to buy Parler. Well, Parler's CEO is the husband of Candace Owen, the 33-year-old that did the White Lives Matter thing with him, right-wing provocateur. He's being fed lines by the right, and here's why, in my opinion. They want to make the case to the masses that social media needs to be locked down. They're preparing for a quarantine because of, quote, hate. A little while ago, I was talking about how they reintroduced sin through the virus. Original sin, carbon footprint. Well, evil. Evil's been reintroduced, and evil is, of course, hate. And like hate crimes, different from regular crimes. This has been something they've inserted into. And look, most hate crimes are fake. But what they're trying to introduce, I think, is a secular replacement for evil, and they've succeeded. And what they're going to do, this is what I expect is going to happen, and I actually predicted this a little while ago. I think some kind of Club Q-like event's going to happen, and it's going to be blamed on Kanye and Musk. That's why you have all these celebrities who are leaving Twitter now. They're going to say, hey, I'm not part of it. We left. We saw this coming. We're being set up for a huge I told you so. Now, again, Fuentes, if you can look past his hardline ethnic nationalism, you do have to consider that he does believe that women ought to be broodmares for the state and that they shouldn't be working and they should not vote. Like, I'm surprised that more people on the right don't have a problem with that. I think he called Marjorie Taylor Greene a ridiculous girl boss. I mean, that's their attitude. Okay, let me continue here. I was looking at these Nreal AR glasses, these smart glasses. Incredible. You can walk around with your screens over your eyes now. It's the inverse of They Live. You know, the movie starring Roddy Piper, where you have these lenses on that let you see through the matrix. They kind of brought this back with that movie Free Guy. But the idea is, of course, that until you have these on, you can't see things as they are. In the real world, it's kind of the inverse. You got to take the lenses off to see things because they're putting us into this thing pretty overtly. But I'm looking at this, and it's these little black screens that go over your eyes, and we're just talking about smart glasses, augmented reality. You can watch things, you can stream, you can play games. So you could be looking someone in the eyes, and they're probably doing a first-person shooter or something. But my point of it is this hoodwinking. If you don't know what a hoodwink is, It's the wool. It's the wool hood that goes over your head or the head of the candidate who's being initiated into the Freemasonic cult. And this is consistent with all of the cults. They all do this. They put the wool over your eyes. We all look. The masses who don't know the news is fake have wool over their eyes. They've been hoodwinked. Now, when the wool is taken off your eyes, when they take the hood off your head, then of course you're shown the light. But this is only done within the confines of a sealed temple, because outside of that sealed candlelit room, the world is considered to be a quote wilderness of darkness. And my point is, I think the space age and Space Odyssey pointed this out with the whole black monolith. I think the space age is about bringing man into space. And what is outer space if you think about it? Endless, limitless darkness. I think that man is being led into a new wilderness of darkness. In other words, this is the new hoodwink. And I've been saying this for some time, that the metaverse is overcoming the meatverse. And what this means, I think, is that we are being put into an increasing level of susceptibility to this total hypermediation and what that represents. And if you don't know what it represents, I mean, I can point to numerous examples. One of my favorite examples to point to is the TV show Space Cadets. This was a British television program where they had a number of individuals convinced that they were in low Earth orbit. How did they do it? A couple of ways. Key thing here, half the people there were actors. So half of them were actors and half of them were dupes. And the dupes thought they were in space. This is, again, a show called Cadets, Space Cadets. This is in the Wikipedia article, quote, "In order for the hoax to stand a realistic chance of succeeding, the cadets would have to remain unaware of the true nature of the show." Now, it says here, they selected people who are, quote, here we go, susceptible people who are creative and want to go along with the crowd. They chose people who were wacky personalities or uninhibited. They didn't want people who are too inhibited, which is kind of interesting. People who are attention seekers, people who are gullible and conformists and ignorant about the show's subject matter. So let me replace this, because the intention was to obtain a group of cadets who are highly gullible, conformist, ignorant about the show's matter, and attention seekers. Now, if we can replace a group of cadets with just regular TV viewers, that's what the mainstream media is doing. They want their viewers to be gullible, conformist, attention seekers. This is a huge part of why social media is all about making your personal life public, commodifying your privacy, destroying privacy. 1984, cameras everywhere, you couldn't avoid them. Well, the way they actually made this happen was they trained us to surveil ourselves inside and out. Social media is not just monitoring what you post. In a way, it's actually reading your thoughts. I mean, it's creating a great profile about every single person. But my point is, I think that social media is getting people to become a little more extroverted, used to getting attention, seeing value in getting attention. And these are the qualities that were sought in those that would be chosen to be brainwashed, who were considered to be brainwashable enough to fall for fake space travel for 5 days in quote low Earth orbit. And it worked, is my point. They had to be conditioned. They had to be selected. And I'm saying that the masses have been conditioned to be duped. And that's fixable, but these cadets didn't know it was a hoax until the great reveal at the end. And there's something else about this show I want to also point out. While this hoax is at the expense of the contestants, and they are being laughed at, the most expensive hoax in television history is what it's being called. Even though they are being laughed at because they've been duped into thinking that they're on a spaceship, is this any different than the masses who believe that the Earth is a spaceship? I think this is a microcosm of the human condition in a lot of ways, and about what media actually is. I'm going to go ahead and play a clip from Space Cadets when they are revealing that they're in a space simulator. And look, this is another indicator of just how fakeable space travel is, which is an important consideration. Again, Space Cadets, the most expensive hoax in television history.
Billy, Kerry, Paul.
A tape played back to them in the capsule their own suspicions.
Everything feels a bit caravan-y.
To give them one last chance to work it out for themselves.
We could just be in a simulator at the moment.
We could just be in a simulation at the moment, and then the walls come down. Little revelations here.
I knew it!
Oh my god, how heartbreaking.
Charlie, I knew it!
It's time to come home.
What?
Meanwhile, stagehands transported the pod into the studio. Before the doors were
They cried, they screamed. A lot of them wanted to be space cadets. Yes, they were duped. Now, is this going to happen in real life? If Musk was truly some kind of liberator or savior who wanted to expose the big hoaxes, yeah, he would expose NASA as exactly space cadets, but for the masses. He would expose it, but he's not going to. Why? Because it would unravel the global warming hoax and everything else. When Musk agreed that cryptocurrency isn't green enough, that it's bad for the environment, I realized then, okay, he's one of them. Well, I didn't realize then. It just reaffirmed. There's no way there's a mole. There's no way you've got someone insider who's there's no white hats. I'm sorry. Oh, by the way, tomorrow is the, 10th hoax anniversary. Sandy Hook. We have this documentary or this little video here. And I wonder if Gabby Petito is going to get a special mention. Remember Gabby Petito played the role of Persephone a couple late summers ago as we entered into the fall. You know, the kidnapped victim happened to be in a Sandy Hook video, a memorial. And she carried a sign that said, "I'm not replaceable. I'm not replaceable." And then she disappears. Anyway, here's a video, kind of a parody. It's from the Sandy Hook Promise. Back to School Essentials.
This year, my mom got me the perfect bag for back to school.
These colorful binders help me stay organized.
These headphones are just what I need for study.
Now, you're looking at a commercial that's really cheery, and then it gets dark, and they start talking about how they're going to survive school shootings.
My parents got me the skateboard I wanted. It's pretty cool.
Kid uses a skateboard to break out. He looks like he would have been the shooter. Look at that haircut. And he's white. And these are the only shooters that the media focuses on. They don't care about gun violence in any other context. Here's another scene. Again, this is a commercial from the Sandy Hook Promise where a kid's using a sock to tourniquet the leg of another kid.
They can be a real lifesaver.
Here's a girl in the bathroom texting, "I love you, Mom," before the shooter comes in and gets her.
I got my own phone to stay in touch with my mom.
And I'm just pointing out here that these actors are far better than any of the actors I've seen in any of the news psyops. Like it must be a shallow recruiting pool. Like they've got to recruit the kids of intelligence agents or something. Like there's got to be a reason why they're not drawing real talent like this. Anyway, it's back to school time. And you know what that means. Get your Kevlar backpacks. Now, let me point out one other thing here. This is very important here because many people here have dealt with this, where someone will say to you, "How dare you? The victims. How dare you? My dead children." I want to point this out. The people who would shame you into not telling the truth are on the wrong side of history. You might as well just call them child abusers. What I mean by that is, if you are not standing by those of us who are deconstructing the Psy-War, I mean, we're conscientious objectors here. Most people are not even aware there is a Psy-War to object to it. So they're by default, they're in support of it. And if you're in support of the Psy-War, if you're trying to stop anybody from exposing it, you're actually enabling it. You are enabling the myth of the mass shooter that's being used to systematically traumatize every single student in every school room, everywhere. We're talking about universal, ubiquitous MK Ultra mind control programming going on for 20 years, trauma-induced mind control reinforced by the media, all part of the Psy-War. And I'm not a part of it. And I call out the Sandy Hookers because, yeah, they're basically enabling and facilitating and justifying the mass traumatization of the youth of America and probably the world. And I'm just saying, yeah, I don't support that. And if you support these crisis actors, you do. David Hogg is a terrorist. In a very real way, he's a Psywar operative and a terrorist. Forget crisis actor. He's a terrorist. In fact, there's a pretty good meme. I think you have to search auto hoax. I think you just search auto hoax and then you search images. I'm pretty sure one of the first memes that pops up, created by MVP, the hardware vandal, there it is. It's David Hogg with a gun to the head of a baby. Now, that's funny. It's a meme. And what I mean is it's satire because it does contain a grain of truth here. He is literally holding a gun to the head of every kid in this country. He's justified it. He is a terrorist. And he most likely played Adam Lanza. Auto hoaxers do have the moral high ground, just reminding you. I've been following up on this January 6th thing. There's some kind of move very soon to try to arrest Trump. Better do it soon while people still care about him, before they all hang up their MAGA flags. January 6th examines Trump's 187 minutes. I was talking about, in the Discord server, about the numerology and how it tells you what the story is. You have markers. 187, homicide. It was all over this 1/6 thing from the beginning. And a lot of this tells you it wasn't spontaneous. It was meant to go down that way. Although MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, recently got into a bit of heat. And I don't know if she's going to be investigated for this, but she was at a MAGA rally or MAGA friendly political event, and she said if she had organized it and she had planned it, they would have been armed and they would have won, is what she said. But again, 187 minutes, just kind of pointing out that he's guilty of killing or the murders, the deaths of the cops that didn't happen. January 6th was a guided tour. And for saying this, I lost monetization on DLive because it's obviously run by commies, but it's all good. We're still there because there are people who are on DLive, like Diana South. Diana South says, without knowing, most people keep these lies alive. Yes. What I was talking about earlier is the ISS. Like, you ever been at a concert and someone throws a beach ball and it just stays up the whole night? That's the ISS. And what keeps the ISS up? Faulty eyewitness testimony, hearsay, non sequitur, logical fallacies, and ad populum arguments. That's it. The blind belief in hearsay keeps the ISS up. If people stop propping it up there, going with the default, it would fall. And I plan to bring it down without referencing any video clips. Without having to reference any video clip or GIF or image, I think it's entirely possible to bring the ISS down in the minds of the believers, once they realize it's an artificial construct. January 6th was a guided tour, though. Lots of theater, and I was thinking about the flagpole violence. I was watching some of the footage. People are swinging flagpoles, and it looks really violent and scary, but so do concerts, where people are moshing or pushing against each other. Nobody really gets hurt. Astro World, nobody died, nobody cried. That was fake. My point is, what you saw at the 1/6 thing was mostly drama. And the reason why they were swinging the flagpoles is it looks very violent. It looked like Braveheart with these screaming patriots with their horns. They look like Vikings and they're swinging these flags. And it reminded me of martial arts, like in Kung Fu with the bow staff, sparring. It looked like sparring, and it's eminently fakeable. But my point is this. Nobody died on January 6th except for one person. Not Ashley Babbitt. There's a documentary that proves that Ashley Babbitt didn't die. There are multiple jump cuts. And if you're not an editor, you may not know what that is. And look, you have to almost think like a video editor to deconstruct news these days to find the continuity errors and flaws. But jump cuts shouldn't be there. But they are there, as are the actors and the feds and everything else. Ashley Babbitt didn't die, but the only person that did die, in my opinion, I don't know this for sure, was the woman with the "Don't Tread on Me" flag that got trampled to death. I'm willing to suspend disbelief in that one case. She's got a "Don't Tread on Me" flag, and unfortunately, they just trampled over her. Sounds believable. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. Nobody died, nobody cried. But I give credit where due. I did see a kind of I guess it was a tearful face at Club Q. But I mean, it looked like method acting. I could see him thinking about losing a puppy or something. But he was also plucking at his eyelid with his finger. Like if I was an acting coach for crisis actors, I think I could outperform a lot of the whoever's guiding them these days. I almost don't want to give away some of the ways I've come up with to can make it look like somebody's been crying. Like there's this sunscreen I know of that if you put it on your eyelids, you will look like you've been crying. You will actually have tears. You can take a big bong rip of some skunk weed. I mean, there's a lot of things you could do to come out looking puffy-eyed and sad. I've been doing a lot of reviews on the side here. I'm preparing some. I've been watching things. I got Netflix, and I don't know how I got Netflix. It's like every month it's either Netflix or HBO. I get an email. I'm like, oh, we build your account. Well, I got e-grappled by Netflix the other night. And so apparently you're signed up for life. I thought I remembered at some point years ago getting a free trial, but you can never let it go. It probably gets passed on to your kids. They're going to be billed for your Netflix. But since I'm on Netflix, I've been watching things, and I checked out this show called 1899. No spoilers, but it has many parallels to Westworld and to the present day, and I think it's given me a couple of glimpses into what a lot of this Hades symbolism has actually been pointing out. Let me move on. Like I said, we have a quota now. 90 minutes live a day. I want 90 minutes or so to be caller driven. So I'm going to be hanging this up here shortly, and then we're going to return later, and hopefully you all have things you want to talk about. I'll send out a newsletter, and we'll try to catch up as best we can in the last few weeks. I added a new lecture at the IPS Institute on the topic of off-world stage media, which is a very important concept, and we're going to be delving deeper into what that actually means. If you believe in COVID or climate change, please stay home. Trust your science. Please don't spread it. Just some helpful advice there. Anyway, thanks for joining. We'll be back later on, like I said, open phones. And space is fake. Space is fake. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms. No need to run from this fact. In fact,
have you ever looked away from Earth?
It's time to double down into it, I think. We'll be talking more about how fake space is and what that means and what's behind all the fakery. We'll see you all later. InfinitePlane.media.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Smoke screen.
All right, that's COVID Cooties by Symbia. Thanks everyone for joining. I'll put a link to that delightful song. One of the best things to come out of 2020. Next to the original footage from the Kung Flu in Wuhan when it started. That was a riot. But that wasn't really repeated after the original breakout. Most of you know what I'm talking about. Back when it started, when it was actually scary, it's like, wow, people are just walking around and dropping. But then they brought that back again with Died Suddenly, the documentary produced by Stu Peters. And now Stu Peters is getting some backlash from his own side. The anti-vax world is mad at his documentary. A lot of infighting. They're saying it's a psyop. And I didn't realize it, but he's the one who put out the documentary video called, I should use the word documentary a little more precisely, This sensationalist nonsense he put out called Watch the Water about how there was snake venom in all of the pokies. But anyway, anti-vaccine world is mad at Died Suddenly, the documentary, because it makes them look bad. And I think this is just worth pointing out because I called this thing out before it was even a documentary. I said, they're grasping at straws. They're grasping at clots, is what they're doing. And it's just one thing after another. The current thing on this side of the political aisle isn't some social justice warrior cause. It's just the newest way to fear this thing. And I'm kind of over it. Vax was a big hoax. And most of you here know my view on it. But my point here is that not only was the documentary just pure sensationalism, but many of the people in the video just dropping dead like they caught the kung flu, who were ascribed to have died from, their deaths were ascribed to clots. Many of them died before 2020, before the documentary or the poker was even out there. In other words, there was no due diligence in any of his research here. And this has, of course, been the result of people suggesting that he's just a misinformation super spreader. Here's what one person said: "This film taints and tarnishes important information by covering it in a lot of garbage." And this actually sounds like controlled opposition, which is what they are accusing him of. I mean, it's almost cliche. Everybody who doesn't agree with me is controlled opposition. But in this case, they may have a point. Because if they did have a point, they don't anymore. Here's what the author said about it. He said, "The opening credits of the film are seeded with references to other conspiracy theories like Bigfoot and UFOs, the Loch Ness Monster. What does this have to do with exactly?" Anyway, just pointing this out, it's an update here. It looks like Stu Peters was a plant all along. And I'm not sure, I had to double check this, but I thought he had his origin as a rapper. Salty Siren says, "I'm so over it." Oh yeah, look, I was over it back in March of 2020 when I initially realized what it actually was. I said, okay, this is the modern replacement for the archaic concept of sin. They've just reintroduced it, and they have salvation, and this is going to divide society purposefully into saved and unsaved. The division is purposeful. It was not meant to be a uniting event, and it's ongoing. Okay, let us go ahead and continue. I want to go through my notes. A lot of this stuff might come up as random, but some of the stuff is just like, here's something intriguing, I think. James Cameron has a new movie out, a new Avatar film. And, of course, it's being talked about because of its visuals, which I'm going to go check it out and see. It looks like a lot of blue, a lot of water. I'm sure that it's loaded with symbolism. But remember, James Cameron was the director of Terminator 2. And Terminator 2 is chock full of 9/11 predictive programming. And the basic story about the Terminator going after JC. It's Satan and Jesus Christ. It's the sun setting personified, where the sun dies as the darkness kills it. The darkness is set, or the Terminator line. Anyway, this is James Cameron's work. Like all the other major meta scripters, his work has predictive programming and all of the usual Mystery Babylon symbolism, ritualistically described or played out through the protagonist and the antagonist. Anyway, here he is on 9/11 at the site of a movie he's doing, a documentary about the Titanic. I'm talking about James Cameron on 9/11 2001. He's in a submarine doing a documentary about the Titanic. Now, how does this connect? Well, quite simply, in addition to 9/11 predictive programming, Terminator 2 has the nuking of Seattle, which is very significant. We're talking about Pacific coast. Well, the Titanic, as I've talked about pretty much all year, is another symbol for, it's a monument to man's hubris, like the Tower of Babel, too big to fail. The Titanic is the West. The iceberg is climate change we're all ignoring, and it's going to sink the unsinkable ship. The Titanic is just this way of describing the way the West has been treating the world, unlimited resources, and of course, this is just their narrative. And James Cameron plays into all of this. Now, what I'm thinking here is he's in a submarine hanging out at a Titanic when 9/11 happens. And the next 9/11, and he would be among those in the know considering his work already has featured predictive programming. The next 9/11 event, all signs indicate Seattle getting nuked, and submarines figure very prominently in this. As we've talked about, Hunt for Red October, much of the buildup has been for a submarine and Seattle. And here he is in a submarine on 9/11. Again, we're talking about one of the architects of the previous 9/11. One of. I mean, I don't know how many of these directors are directly in the know about what, but you can kind of trace their handiwork. And his signature is very significant. That's why it's significant that Avatar just came out. And I also want to point out, because you'll see the same directors reflected in the predictive programming. Roland Emmerich, director of Independence Day, was pretty well represented last year with the Moonfall. And I'm just pointing out, Independence Day gave the masses the visual reference they would need to believe 9/11. Buildings falling down, alien invaders, surprise attack, and in in that movie they all rally around the president. I mean, it was just predictive from start to finish. But same director brought us Moonfall, a more recent film about, well, the moon falling. And I'm not saying the moon's going to fall, but that movie gave us a lot of visuals of satellites falling, junk falling, space stations falling. And it's pretty much a pattern here. If you're seeing it in the movies, they're preparing you for it in, quote, real life. So just a heads up there. Very significant again. And then one more point to it. Not only was James Cameron in a submarine on 9/11, hanging around the set of the Titanic, the wreckage, and again, it's about the wreckage, but the Deep Sea Challenger is the name of the submarine that he was in. Deep Sea Challenger checking out the crashed Titanic on 9/11. I mean, what a day. Another level of symbolism here is the West is the Challenger. That's why the Titanic being destroyed is very significant. It's all symbolic here. And the Challenger, if you may recall, blew up at 1 minute 13 seconds. 113 is the date that the One World Tower opened, the one that replaced the twins. Anyway, just some James Cameron. You're going to hear more about him. I talked about him a few months ago because he was in an interview discussing how if there was some kind of Skynet, some artificial intelligence that wanted to get rid of us, it would do exactly what we're experiencing every day. It would look like this, that it would be using deep fakes and fake news to pit society against itself, and we would self-exterminate without destroying all the infrastructure. All right, let me catch up on comments. I'm going to try to catch up in a week. A week's worth of content here, which is really 14 days because they cram 24. Well, every 24 hours, I think they cram about 2 days worth of news. So we're going through like 2 weeks for the week we missed. I mean, it's a lot. A lot has happened. But I haven't missed anything. I've been very busy working on publications. The Infinite Plane Society Institute for Advanced Media Deconstruction is where we're systematizing a lot of our information. Not just specific events that we've deconstructed, but the methodology, how we arrive at these conclusions, why we approach mass media the way that we do. I'm putting it into a Teachables online course. And I've been putting some work into some of this because I think it's important that we have really what I think we need is something very condensed, like a mass deprogramming guide. You have your idea of your regularly scheduled programming, and this is your regularly scheduled deprogramming. But my take on it is that what has happened is the world has been convinced, and this has been the work of movie magic and TV and government psyops going back generations, but they've been convinced that their television screen is a window to the world, and they respond as though it is that. And I'm saying no, that window is actually a filter. And this filter, treated as a window, is a weak spot. You could say it's a blind spot in how we process and take in information. It's almost like not being able to recognize lies or logical fallacies. And it's very important to be able to recognize these things to not fall for, superstition and mind control. But as you no doubt are well aware, most of society falls for superstition, mind control, fear of the the flooding brought about by the wrathful globe. I mean, even today, I think there were some freeways being shut down by environmentalists lying on the road. I mean, look, they're biodegradable. Just go over them. I'm not saying run over them, but for the most part, I think they should just all be arrested. If they want to auto compost, let them. I'm just saying, let them live consistent with their values before they impose it on us. They want you to live in a shanty town. They want you to do with less. Well, let them demonstrate by arresting all these climate change activists. Because what they're engaging in is a form of terrorism. It's subtle, but that I think we can classify them as terrorists. Before we start calling conspiracy theorists terrorists, let's call the people who want to shut down society because of their wild beliefs conspiracy theorists. We see these insurrectionists brought up as, oh, this is the end result of conspiracy theory. No, it's those nutcases gluing themselves to paintings, destroying art, lying in the roads, and setting themselves on fire badly. The guy that last set himself on fire during that tennis match barely got his arm to burn. His shirt said, "Ban private jets in the UK." And I'm like, okay, well, he clearly didn't believe in using jet fuel because he barely burned anything. And then right after that, there was this big climate meetup where all of the climate change fanatics around the world met to discuss how they can impose communism on us. And they all went out there in their private jets, like hundreds of private jets, to go talk about how they can solve the climate crisis, so called. All right, let us continue here. We are joined by says burning house, sinking ship. Oh, speaking of sinking ship, I just binge watched because I've been painting. I've been working on private commissions, but I've been watching a show called 1899. Not going to give you any spoilers, but it contains a lot of the same ideas that we've seen in Westworld, and the idea of the West as a burning house or a sinking ship or a falling Tower of Babel. Reoccurring themes. But this one in particular reaffirmed what I thought about Westworld, because in a way it's a Westworld ripoff. Even the main characters look like the same and they have the same archetypes. But I had concluded that Westworld was also about Persephone going to Hades and breaking free of her imprisonment. And interestingly enough, 1899 is just chock full of Hades symbolism. Even the name of one of the ships, named for the three-headed hound of hell. Fascinating series. I'll probably talk about that some more if you haven't seen it. 1899. But the main thing about it is, this is not even a spoiler, but in my view, what it's about is the end of the West, and at some type of peak chaos, we have a savior arrive. Savior from space, likely, but the movie has this reference to Starman, David Bowie song, which actually has some very weird Kanye West tie-ins. If you haven't caught up with that, I have some notes. We'll go through that. All right, let me catch up on who is here again. We've been offline, but we'll be back on a regular schedule now. It took me about a solid month nonstop of painting 8 hours plus per day to get the eBay store rolling, but it's all going fine. I just sent out easily 100 paintings in the last month, and pretty much everything is moving according to plan here. A lot of big news, things coming up. Next month's going to be huge for Infinite Plane Radio, Infinite Plane Society, in a good, bad way. And I guess the best way to put this is just so you understand what's going to happen, or why you won't be surprised. Well, one of my lawsuits involves a countersuit, which involves a really ridiculous and dishonest attempt at a trademark infringement suit, but it all went through by default because of my unwillingness to participate, because they wouldn't add the second defendant to the case, which is critical. And I'm going to fight the result, but anyway, next month I'm likely to be hit with a judgment. And last I checked, like $640,000, like pretty big. And it sounds egregious, it sounds insane, but I'm telling you it's a good thing. And the reason why, as you'll see in the coming months, is this channel, what we do here, it's worse than a Trojan horse. Like, this is a gigantic can of worms. And what we are doing is stealing the fires of Olympus, if you think about it. Exposing how mass media operates, like how it operates at levels beyond your um, teleprompter reading level of news media. The people higher up in charge of perception management, psychological operations, concurrent programming that coincide with the political agendas of the day. Most people in media aren't aware of how controlled it actually is, and we are. And not only are we sharing this information, but we're using it in order to understand how media works at a very high level. And I think what we're doing is very important because most people are visually illiterate and they can't tell the difference between real and fake. And what we're doing, I think, is pushing back against what I see as a war on perception. I think that we are entering, in many ways, something of a dark age. It's like a religion that blinkers someone's sense of reality, but you wouldn't know it's a religion because it looks high tech. Because instead of a Bible, you have some sort of visor wrapped around your head. All right, let me go ahead and continue through your comments. Project Honda Rod has joined us. Brought a couple of penguins. Good to see you. Diana South says it's totally a CIA name, laughing at those who believe him. Oh, Stu Peters. I think so too. That's a world stage name. I brought one up earlier. John von Neumann coined the term technological singularity. And again, new man, transhumanism. I mean, all these world stage names they give away something here. That you would have to be into Shakespeare. You'd have to really be into these types of high level puns and double entendres to really get it. But the world stage drama is replete with clues and hints and inside jokes. And we're inside on the inside jokes. And that's what I mean by what we're doing here is that, yeah, we're more informed than the masses who are merely misinformed. And there's a difference between being uninformed, misinformed, and of course what we are, which is informed. Ignoring the news doesn't protect you from the effects of the lemmings. And I know lemmings marching off cliffs is just like a cartoon thing, but space is a cartoon and everybody believes in that. All right, joined by Thinks He's a Penguin 101, Tyrone McCloskey says, next 9/11 will be earthquake that takes out symbolic sites, and then the theories are rolled out, underground nukes, never-ending tension and debate. Interesting. I mean, the obvious symbolism, and look, 9/11 was predicted by very obvious and direct symbolism. The obvious stuff says Pacific West Coast, Seattle gets the nuke, Space Needle falls, and some kind of, and this is probably connected with some kind of civil unrest. Like the story looks like this: civil unrest, and then Putin drops a nuke, Satan 2 or whatever. And I don't think it's a coincidence that last year Amazon cleared out thousands of workers from their downtown site, and they said it was because of a quote crime wave. And I was thinking, because last summer Seattle had these simulations done that said, yeah, if there was an earthquake here, it would bring a 42-foot wave up to where the Seattle Space Needle is. I mean, 42-foot waves from a 7.5 magnitude earthquake. They've already done drills for an earthquake that would put that area underwater. Like maybe it's not a crime wave they're relocating for, but a tidal wave. And this is all part of the story as we've been following that has unfolded. Psyopsicle says, live on Thursday. Make for an even better Friday. Joining us from D Live. We're going to be live daily, most likely, once things really pick up. I believe very soon things are going to be very hectic. And I'm working on, like I said I would, putting everything into print. And everything is moving along swimmingly. I'm gathering old manuscripts, I'm updating them using Grammarly, preparing for print, to sell on eBay, to sell direct, to sell on Amazon. But, I think it's very important to have this print wing of Infinite Plane Society, Infinite Plane Media out there. And we have more plans as well. I have a pretty extensive blueprint here that we'll be going over. Years in development. All right, continuing here, Copaesthetic says they had to end the Brittany Griner psyop to get her back before World War III started for an arms dealer, clown world. Yes, and the Brittany Griner psyop, okay, number 42, 42 seconds of silence I believe she was arrested on an 8-4, which is the 216th day of the year, which is again 6 cubes, 6 times 6 times 6. Very interesting symbolism all around. Totally fake. If you think she was actually arrested, no, I mean, it's a hoax. She was the subject of a hashtag, Free Britney. And it was like a year from the hashtag Free Britney for Free Britney Spears, because the QAnoners think she needed to be freed. Well, anyway, the Free Britney thing, 2 years in a row, it just seems like some kind of deeper level of drama here. But again, the faking of, or rather the nuking of Seattle is one of these psyops that has been, I think, predicted pretty extensively. It's on the bill. It's on the $100 bill. In fact, I could point to quite a lot of predictive programming in that regard. And just to let you know how accurate we are, if you haven't heard this stuff before, it was so clear that there was going to be some kind of ground zero in Seattle on 11/3 that we had actually predicted it beforehand. But if you think about it, 3/11 was the ground zero for the pandemic, and where did it start? Seattle, around that Space Needle. I mean, it's just fascinating how you can find that the predictive programming does in fact follow through. And we've been so up to speed with it that we were noticing and following TV shows real time that are matching with the political realities. I mean, I'm like watching the new Game of Thrones one minute, the next minute it has me thinking about Roe v. Wade. I'm like, wait, there's no way they knew. I mean, these writers aren't psychic, but how are these storylines perfectly coinciding with real-time events? Like the Uvalde shooting happens, and the storyline matches the storyline of the season finale of FBI, which they didn't air because it was just too close to the real story. Or like look at the lone gunman right before 9/11. I mean, the list goes on. There's a 5-part documentary called Pandemic on Netflix before the thing. Most of you here are not new to any of this. I'm just pointing out that, once is coincidence, maybe, but, we get so many of these piling up, and the pattern has emerged. And the pattern is simply this. Your news is bent. If you haven't seen the 30-minute play from 1968 called News Benders, I cannot recommend it highly enough. And News Benders is about a news agency hiring someone who has a job offer he can't refuse, presenting the news, only they write it 5 years in advance. That's what the newsbenders do. And he gets some kind of implant, and he's under monitoring. And if he were to ever say, hey, the news is fake, we're going to fake the moon landing, his head would basically blow up. Like they have some kind of safeguards to make sure there are no whistleblowers, which is one of the storylines in the new series Inside Job Season 2, where this individual gets a job, and yeah, if he talks about it, his head will blow up, or the little nanobots will eat his brain. I mean, this is a reoccurring theme. I mean, how do they keep all the secrets? And in fact, the other day, and maybe I'll get to this in the notes, someone had said, why aren't there any whistleblowers among the crisis actors? And I think we came up with 13 different reasons why you wouldn't have any whistleblowers, why you wouldn't even expect them. And we'll probably get to that. All right, let me go ahead and continue. Diana South says, imagine living through the past 1001 days and still not being the slight bit suspicious. Oh yes, look, we've been vindicated. It's not cherry picking. Some of the stuff just stands out. 911 days after the novel Corona, the Queen dies. I mean, it's just too perfectly scripted, like I said. And there's this default explanation that I continually argue against. Oh, there's just no way man could do this. It's too complex. Oh, these patterns, no way. It's AI, it's God, it's coincidence, it's synchronicity. No, it's a movie. You don't watch a movie and at the end just be totally surprised if you watch it more than once that it ends the same way. It's like, no, it's basically a film. There are no surprises, there are no coincidences. It was never random in the first place. You have to think about the fact that what they're doing is they are presenting a movie like a reality TV show over a period of time, and the public goes along with it, or if they don't, they're called conspiracy theorists. But the dominant storyline sticks no matter how many of us call it fake. Let me catch up on comments. Let's see here. We have Zinvelis. Thanks for joining. Restless Bear says, I love how the club victims all had butt in their name somewhere. Oh, yes, Club Q. And again, Club Q is the shooting's blamed on Club Q, the political right. But the names of the people were, like, there was Loving, there was, I can get the list of names. So look, it's a nightclub, and all their names, it's like Loving, Rump, I don't know. And the hero who stopped the shooter owned a brewery, and at the brewery he had this display with bullets that were colored for the rainbow. And I'm like, there's some clue that maybe he had some kind of, I don't know, role in the future, some kind of LGBT related shooting. The Club Q shooting was totally fake. Nobody died, and you should be happy about that. It's disappointing when you bring somebody the good news and they want to treat you like a bearer of bad news. Like, no, I'm just presenting objective facts, and the fact is that was a psyop engineered to play into the hands of the right. Because check this out, and this is also something that if you listen to this channel, we talked about this back in May.
They call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
All right, that's a track by MVP, the Hardware Vandal, the Auto Hoaxer Revolution, with a few sound bites from two of our favorite Canadian white, black, Hebrew, Israelite simulation theory flat earthers. And today is Saturn Day, August the 12th, 2023. Phones are open. Numbers on the screen: 1-505 349 0420. Alright, so I just cut off the live 24/7 stream, so now we are live, as we say here. And if you look on the screen, the number is just above the penguins on the raft. We're also firing on all cylinders, including paranormal.radio, RadioNet, Radio King, TuneIn, and wherever else we're being scraped, which I encourage. If someone wants to pick up the feed and run it on their site, please do. That's one of the things I plan on doing, is extending our reach in every direction. Phantom Detectives LLC has joined us as one of the best shows out there. EOTR has joined us. He called in last night. Jennifer Reeves, Clockwork 113, Blyant Earth, Thirst for Truth, R. Cook, Mom with Sons, Portal Complex, awesome. Johnny's List. And hey, just put up a flap if you want a wrench. I will be handing them out. Pingo33, Rocco Calzone, thank you for making it. And look, if you want to call in, number's there. If you can't call this number, if you need a toll free, just get in on Skype. Either A, get the app, takes 5 seconds, or just go to skype.com and just search Infinite Plane Radio. Alright, Glenn Clark has rolled on up, or swam up to the raft. So the Auto Hoaxology 101 is a flotation device on the sea of irrelevance. And a clique of penguins out on the sea is called a raft. And the think tank concept is basically about this idea of a network of informed individuals. Alright, Ears Up has joined us as well. Thank you, everyone, for showing up right promptly. I put up the notification like half an hour ago, and I didn't want to really start until we had a good number of people here, because today we're going to start doing something that was more or less suggested by one of our callers last night, Pete Trippa, and that is we're going to be doing a walk down memory lane So the last week in our Gilded server is going to be the focus. And what I'll do is I don't want to I don't want to scroll up 10 miles and then scroll down. So we're just going to go in reverse. But I want to go through and just show people what kind of activity goes on in the after hours, or rather the 24/7. But if we're not live, we're generally here. And we are a fake news wood chipper. It's probably the best way to describe it. All right, phones are officially open again, and if anybody calls in on any of the topics, we'll be happy to deep dive. Something I noticed today, and we've done this before, but this is a phenomenon, and I saw it repeated. I call it predicting predictive programming. Like when I go to a movie to go see what kind of programming's in there to prepare people for whatever's happening in the future. And Synchromorpheus actually predicted some predictive programming, and it has to do with the Alabama fight. Has to do with that. And what he's pointing out is this. He said, it's kind of funny because before I watched the Trump speech on 8/4, I predicted there would be some foreshadowing of a brawl in it, but I didn't imagine it would be as clear and as obvious as what he said. So after the brawl, he checks out the speech to see, was there anything suggestive? Similar to how I was wondering if there might be a lacrosse reference in the Penny story before I found it. In other words, predicting the predictive program in Synchromorpheus really deconstructed the Jordan Neely psyop and even predicted that Daniel Penny would be a lacrosse player based on his corresponding character in Get Out, a Jordan Peele film, which predicted the entire subway death of Jordan Neely. Okay, here we go. This is the actual video we're referencing. This is Donald Trump the night before the brawl in Alabama, seemingly foreshadowing it. And I would consider this to be an example of predictive programming.
It's often said that Republicans don't fight hard enough, and I agree with that. We need more fighters like Tommy and others. We have some good fighters, but we don't have enough of them. We have some bad ones, too. But they never said that about Trump, and I think it's one of the reasons that you like me. It's one of the reasons that I like you, and it's one of the reasons I like Alabama, because you're fighters.
And what's great about this particular clip, which I put on my Twitter account, you can, and I'll retweet it if you're following me there, is you actually see the fight right next to him. So you see the predictive programming and then the psyop that it was meant to prepare us for.
You'll see that.
You'll see that. You'll see that. Notice the deliberate pause, and you'll see that. Let's play that part one more time.
And you'll see that.
And you'll see that. Fascinating. You know, I heard a really great quote that should just be a meme forever, and hopefully I can find it. It was among one of my tweets where an Uber driver was being robbed by a future PhD or something, and there was even a passenger in the back seat, and he just calmly sits through it, and the guy pulls out a gun, you see it, you hear it, and he doesn't shake at all, the Uber driver, and he just says, I believe what he says is, it's a digital world, bro. Making the point that this isn't the age where you can expect to go grab a handful of cash out of someone's pocket. Like, things have gone digital and everything has to be upgraded. Everything's gone into this new realm, and it was just kind of really a statement that I think just needs to be really broadcast. A lot of people are still living in an old era, like analog, and they're falling behind. You got to update your skill sets. That's all. Let's see here. This platform becomes X, and in a week, disease X catches fire and trends. Just a coincidence? Yep. All right, disease X added to the R&D blueprint list. And check this out. 3/18/2018. This was when the WHO convened to talk about the disease X. All right, let's see here. Thank you for the support there, Watchdog. We appreciate it at the IPS. I'm scrolling through my Twitter feed just to make sure I haven't missed anything, and then I want to go right up into the Discord, or rather, the Gilded. Okay, let's go into the Gilded. So if you're not familiar with it, we moved to Gilded after Discord was shut down. They said it was medical misinformation. So, in other words, opinions. We free speeched, and for that we were punished, and they destroyed years of content, years of art, conversations. And here's the thing, too, when you're brainstorming or you're engaged in think tanking, you have a pool of individuals, and they're all putting their ideas together. And as the conversation evolves, the ideas evolve. Bad ideas are sifted out, good ideas are extracted and extrapolated upon. And we develop new concepts. And they destroy the ability to see how we arrived at what we arrived at. They destroy the spontaneous interjections of new ideas or random ideas, even that spurn new directions in thought. So I'm just saying they destroy culture. They uproot it. They want to like we're weeds to them. Continuing, going through the Discord, or rather, I'm sorry, Gilded server. Discord again. They dumped us, but Gilded is kind of our new safe space. Although we still have the Discord for chat purposes because it's a great platform. All right, scrolling back here, recent post by Fakeologist, 7 billion people, everybody relax, the overpopulation hoax. I think most of you here already knew about the overpopulation hoax being a hoax. Doesn't mean there aren't too many people. It just means the world's not overpopulated. And that's just part of the scarcity thing, and also getting people to, look at each other as competition. All right, so I'm scrolling up to the Discord server. We just ran across the Trump clip, which is really important. I'm saying that's pretty much predictive programming. Here's a post from Mr. Trustworthy, who I update. Supposedly, the fire hit people who wouldn't sell their property to real estate developers. So it appears to be another Hurricane Katrina-like event to gentrify the place. That's what everyone was saying after Katrina, that it was gentrification by force of weather manipulation conspiracy. I do see a lot of that, but I also see a lot of nonsense about space lasers. And we're going to address space lasers because that's one of the things we talked about today. So here you have an example. CBK News. And when I bring up these channels are hugely popular. Like CBK News, they have like 100,000 followers, and they have images that are obviously CGI of these drones blasting lasers. And it says, as Hawaii burns and people are killed in a massive false flag event, directed energy weapons are being used against the people. We have been warning of these DS or deep state events and operations. Right, because Q said this was going to happen 6 years ago, and they're actually citing this. They're saying we can't telegraph our moves as they telegraph their moves. And they're like, yeah, this Q drop from 6 years ago is about this fire. Okay, so then why didn't the White Hats warn anybody? Hey, if you live in this area, you're going to get lasered. Now again, if you look at the screen, or if you're not watching or looking at the screen, it's literally CBK News. It's Carolyn Bessette Kennedy, so JFK Jr.'s wife. So JFK Jr. is a no-show. Possibly killed in a motorcycle accident, sadly. I don't know if you know about Negative 48, rumored to be JFK Jr. in a somewhat bloated bodysuit and mask. And here he is hanging out. He says, yeah, meet me at Dealey Plaza on 11/22. JFK's coming back. Didn't happen. But people follow this guy. And everyone's thinking, okay, we're arriving at the anniversary of JFK's death. Maybe he's going to reveal himself. And this guy, Negative 48, crashes and he died. So I haven't seen the autopsy. I don't know if there was any mention of a silicone hyper-realistic mask, but that might have been JFK Jr. And he might have just died last month. But anyway, his wife is here tweeting about how people are being zapped by lasers. Now, this is obviously not real, but this is a very popular channel, which is fascinating because it seems like the realer your content is, the more it's suppressed. The more on the face fake it is, the higher it gets rated in this system. It has more value for more social currency. People just tweet it and they share it. I guess it's because it's sensational. But what I wanted to point out about it is that it's a perfect example of what I would call a MSM plus perspective. So here's another one of these individuals, a red pillar, or MSM plus. And these are key terms. They really are because we're talking about frames of reference. The mainstream media, the MSM people, that's their filter. They're going to say, oh, climate change obviously did that. Might as well just blame, capitalism, Trump. But we all agree on that. But if you're on the left, I mean, it's just like the whole thing is so messed up. The left and the right. The left wing is definitely blaming climate change. The right, though, is going to lean more towards other things like this directed energy weapons. And so here's a conspiracy theorist saying, we crazy conspiracy theorists got everything else wrong too, right? LOL. Kind of saying, we told you so. And they show this image of a laser beam zapping the Earth. Now, there's no way to prove that's what we actually are witnessing, that this is even connected to that event, but they're just calling it like this is what happened. No need to investigate. One side doesn't need to investigate. We accept it's climate change. We accept it's space lasers and direct energy weapons. But they're both wrong, is my point. They're both wrong. And they're both going along with their bias over something that we're told happened in this way. And so I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm not a reality denialist, but I'm saying let's not add space, lasers, and too many cows to explain what happened here. Let's not make this into a blame the other side thing. And they are, because like I said, the left blames the Republicans and capitalism. The right, when they say direct energy weapons, they mean deep state. And deep state is just code for Democrat. It always has been. It's not that deep. And there is no deep state. There's just the state. Okay, continuing. Javo82 says, we need penguins with freaking laser beams on their head. Not a bad idea, actually. I'll take that into consideration with our animations. We have a project we're working on. But the main point is this. We're talking about what's on the screen. We see this tragic event, and it's being hyped up, and how it's politicized immediately, not necessarily by the news media, but by the person who's consuming it. Choose your own reality. Like, I choose to believe it was done with penguins and lasers. Who's going to debate me? They're going to say, no, it's lasers from space. And I want to point out, too, that last year, there was a series on Netflix, and people may say, why do you reference Netflix? Well, because the founder, first CEO, is a relative of Edward Bernays and Sigmund Freud. And Netflix has consistently been predicting the future and depicting in artistic ways the present news, contemporary news, concurrent programming we call it, and it predicts the future. So why wouldn't we? Well, Alice in Borderland is one that was out last summer, and it had a scene with these green lasers beaming down from the sky. At the same time, people were reporting seeing the same type of lasers out in Hawaii. Like, oh, look at these lasers. What does this mean? And I'm thinking this could be predictive programming for this space laser thing. And for some time I thought if they want to fake space wars, they just need to put lasers on their balloons or on their drones. They don't even have to be real lasers that actually blast things. It can just be a light. And then they can have the crisis actor on the ground, light the fuse on some firecrackers. But the point of it is, we're looking at how they're probably going to fake the next big, alien invasion or whatever. Okay, continuing. Okay, here's another important point. This has to do with perception tests and the reality impaired public. So the reality impaired public is sharing this video from Twitter, on Twitter, and it's Oprah Winfrey. Now, her home was not damaged. I think Bezos did okay too. And I think Peter Thiel. All kinds of people have places out there. Okay, so I'm blocked by whoever tweeted this. They politely say, you're unable to view this tweet because the owner limits who can view their tweets. So what I do when I'm blocked, and I'm giving away a bit of a secret here, is I just bookmark the tweet, then I log into a sock account that isn't blocked, presumably. They usually only get me on one. And then I go back to that bookmarked link and I'm able to find out what I was not supposed to see. So here we go. I just went under the fence. So why am I blocked by this person, Shannon Crawford? 35,000 followers. Shannon is a married grandma truther, pissed off American researcher, fact checking the fact checkers. And she blocked me. Good to know. Well, she blocked one of my accounts. Anyway, she's on here confused because you have Oprah Winfrey walking around. But there's one part in this clip where her face goes kind of blank. So they're looking at this as some kind of deep fake. Like maybe they hired an actress because Oprah's really dead because she was executed at Guantanamo 3 years ago for Pizzagate. And this is some kind of CGI overlay instead of a mask. And it failed in this instance, which doesn't explain how the people there are seemingly fooled by a CGI overlay. So this fact checker, Shannon Crawford, who blocked me, is really confused by what is nothing more than a blurry video. She says her face disappears and reappears, bad CGI overlay. If this was 2013, she'd be saying it's a reptilian. She's shapeshifting in front of us, but her face is disappearing. My response? It's just a shitty flip phone camera with bad lighting. And I presented a number of screen grabs from other people in the room who all had the same blurry face. Now, this probably explains why I got blocked. This has to explain it. You'll notice this happens all the time. When you correct a self-appointed fact checker or a truther, or you call out a truther as, being a liar, they tend to block you. They censor you. Meanwhile, they're the first ones to bitch and moan whenever they get censored by Big Brother. So it's just another one of these hypocritical double standards by the red pill addicts. She's probably been high on the hopium for years. But here you go. You can see it. I got my badge. And I'm going to print these out. You're blocked. I'm going to create a montage. I'm going to get every single one of these. Every single person who's ever blocked me on Twitter. I'm going to print these all out. And I'm going to create a wallpaper. Just a big wall. I have more people blocking me than subscribing to me. And again, these are truthers. And what does that tell you? This is actually an important point here. And I'm not picking on one person. There's like 1,000 people I'm referring to. When you block somebody, it's because you want to stay in your closed system. Kind of like climate scientists. They don't want to hear the 3% who disagree because it will shatter the illusion. And now here's the thing. The mass media frequently censors you because they're a closed system. And when I say closed system, I mean that their whole purpose is the maintenance of a single image, a single paradigm, a single perspective or view that cannot be altered by anybody else. They control it. So you come in and you say, no, that's wrong. They get rid of you. Now, this is very similar to pathological narcissism. And this is why I say the mass media actually has the personality of a narcissist by design. Because they do it on purpose because of what it does to you, the viewer. It's a form of control. And my point being, anybody who censors is technically upholding a false image knowingly because they're deceiving people by presenting a face to the world that isn't the same as the true face that you may be calling out. So I'm not saying that Shannon Crawford is a narcissist, but I will say that she's behaving narcissistically by thinking that she can control everybody because she's trying to control your mind by trying to prevent you from seeing that her take on Oprah Winfrey was totally wrong. But truthers can't be wrong, can they? Alright, let us continue here, going through your comments. Yeah, sock blocked, says Louis Capiche. Oh yeah, I get sock blocked frequently. But I have so many socks, it's unbelievable. Some days I open up a Gmail account, log into YouTube, and it's like, well, I have 5 other accounts to log into. Like, they're never going to shut us down. We made sure of it. All right, let me get back on track. We're going up through Gilded. So we just went through that, and my debunking here was basically this. It's a crisis actor flip phone. Or, now you tell me, it's either a bad phone, A, or B, it's the deep state putting on a CGI overlay on an actress only pretending to be Oprah. And even though they're clever, even though they can use space lasers to target neighborhoods for incineration, they haven't quite perfected face overlays. Like, what's more likely? I mean, come on. If they're capable of space lasers, they can fix that face. But what accounts for this inability to admit that you're wrong, that you're dupable? Okay, now this is someone on Twitter, Jack Straw. He says, just a miles down the road from Bezos's Maui residence is a home owned by billionaire investor and tech entrepreneur Peter Thiel. And Peter Thiel is a vampire, by the way. Also, billionaire Jensen Huang, co-founder of graphics chip maker NVIDIA, and the world's 35th richest person who owns an 8,000 square foot home. Now, Jack Straw is sharing this along with a Q dropping from 19 December 2017. And Q said, quote, "We won't telegraph our moves to the enemy. We will, however, light a fire to flush them out." Q. So if you can read between the lines here, 6 years ago, Q said, we're going to burn this area where these people are going to live there to flush them out, even though those are the only people not being flushed out. Like, they flushed everybody else out. 1,500 residents. Dozens of dead, if you believe the official story. And I'm assuming Jack Straw does. You know, QAnoners are not auto hoaxers. They believe everything. So they're like, yes, the white hats are burning the village because they're going to flush out the bad guys. It's like, just release the video already. Show us frazzle drip and be done with it. They just milk this hopium. Okay, now this is an interesting one. And this was brought up by Copaesthetic in the chat. This is a very interesting story having to do with a bodybuilder. We'll get into that in just a second. I have one more clip here relating to Maui. This is a resident here. He's talking about possible explanations, and he's not citing space lasers. So there's a local, this is a truth bomb.
Industry of people losing their homes due to fire, flood, monster emergency services. But I need you guys to hear me out. You don't see what's going on. I feel something is bigger. I've been on Maui the last 9 years, and I know the geographical location and how everything works. There was no fucking way that a hurricane missed Big Island, went to Maui, and didn't flood them, didn't give them, crazy, other things, but it caused fires. It caused fires in not only on Maui, but it caused fires in the most precious parts of real estate in Maui. Lahaina Front Street is worth billions. The Hawaiians that have been holding out and the Kanaka have been holding out for years, not wanting to sell their property in Lahaina due to these big $1 million companies. It is not a coincidence, I don't believe, how in the most precious parts of Maui, Kula, Lahaina, and Kihei, that the locals that are standing strong and do not want to give up Oprah Winfrey's fucking view up in Kula that the Hawaiians are holding out on, that the fire was going to, the Hawaiians and the Kanaka that was holding right there on Front Street.
All right, interesting clip. That was tweeted by Pammy Who. Again, another reason to follow us on Gilded. We do aggregate a lot of the best research. Okay, so the next topic, femicide. So there's a bodybuilder, and the story goes the bodybuilder shoots his ex-wife during a live stream where there were 12,000 people watching. And this story here ties to a lot of things. It ties into the story or the narrative about toxic masculinity, as you'll see. And as with everything, my general rule is fake until proven real, especially if it has an obvious political utility attached to it. And I would say this bodybuilder story does have such a political utility attached to it. So this individual has shot and killed his ex-wife on a live stream on Instagram while 12,000 followers watched. And they're talking about this in the context of femicide. And this is where I think we're seeing a bigger agenda, and that's what's been pointed out. So let me go back to the Gilded. You can see the links I'm referencing here. and how this story is being reported. Because it's not just a domestic violence incident that you could just write off as any other domestic violence. This one is specifically useful to the media. Bodybuilder live stream execution of ex-wife before going on a killing spree. Um, the United Nations wants to do something about domestic violence in Bosnia. This was brought up by Copacetic. This hoax intends to bring the UN into the fold as if they run anything, a psyop to prop up international red flag type laws, domestic violence, and pushing for online censorship and disarmament under the guise of extremism. Now, look at the multiple layers of agenda here. You have the domestic violence thing, then you have the guns. Guns are a big part of it. And I jumped right to the article. Filmed at least 3 videos documenting the violent spree that left 3 innocent people dead and 3 more injured. So 3-3, I mean, 333. When is that not part of a psyop? I know it's not proof of anything, but it's predictable. Just saying. Now I want to bring up bodybuilders. Bodybuilders as the epitome of toxic masculinity. I mean, what are they doing? They're injecting themselves with tea. Kills his ex-wife? Well, for the last year, a lot of manosphere types like Steven Crowder have been lamenting divorce laws. The same ones who are anti-abortion, and when I'm just talking about their political footballs. I don't even get into their ridiculous debates, but the same ones who want to restrict that, take away rights to vote for women, who want to lower the age of consent, also want to get rid of the ability to divorce. So there's something here that is a bigger picture. And so the idea of killing an ex-wife could be resentment about having lost that control, feeding into this toxic masculinity, and of course the gun, which is how you express your masculinity in this. Now, more. This is from an article. Individuals joining forces to prioritize the eradication of femicide. So there's this UN agenda about eradicating, quote, femicide. And that's how they're explaining this. It's femicide. And it also mentioned that, listen to this, supporters who comment, or rather commenters who are supportive of his social media account on Friday, and his name is Nerman Suljamovic. So the supporters of Nerman's social media account, anybody who's like complimentary or says that it was a good thing that he did, for whatever reason, could face legal consequences. So now you have your free speech, your online speech, the commenters getting involved, toxic masculinity highlighted here, and obviously guns. So again, bodybuilder, toxic masculinity commits femicide on a live stream, and they suggest there's legal consequences for commenters sending approving messages. So everything's tied up together with this anti-male stuff. And I think this also correlates with the demonization of Andrew Tate and the anti-Barbie attitudes on the political right. And then furthermore, I was thinking about how James Cameron, and this is a headline, James Cameron, Avatar director, calls testosterone a toxin. And this was one of the themes in Avatar 2. Testosterone is a toxin. And this is interesting now looking back, because we're talking about this violent bodybuilder who has all these traits that they're trying to eradicate from society. And James Cameron's main villain, his most memorable villain, is Terminator 2, or just say T2, Testosterone 2. And he's played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, who's obviously high on T, and he is the epitome of toxic masculinity. I don't think this is a coincidence. I think we're looking at long-term social engineering and creating archetypes and idols to be taken down later. Interestingly enough, the bodybuilder was photographed flexing with what looks to be the UN flag or a similar design on his chest. Could just be a coincidence, but I think it kind of correlates to the bigger picture here. All right, I have an article here that correlates the Lionsgate Sirius portal to the Maui firestorms. We mentioned this the other day. Yesterday was the last of the dog days of summer of 2023. August the 8th is called the Lionsgate portal, and it has to do with the alignment of the dog star Sirius with the stars in Orion's belt, and I think relative to Leo. But the point of it is, they say it creates a portal on that day, this 8-8, which the New Agers make a big deal about it, and presumably the billionaires do. Well, here's an article that suggests that this, and one other point. The dog days refer to the period of time where Sirius, the dog star, is behind the sun, and these ancient cosmologies believed, or these ancient worldviews believed, that this somehow amplified the power of the sun. So here we have Joe the Hobo, and his video here is just basically making some connections here between what happened in Maui and the Lionsgate portal. I'll just play a clip here.
Yeah. The mainstream media pushes this Lionsgate portal as a lucky day, a day to manifest on 8-8. But all the ancient astrologers knew that this was actually an unlucky day. It's a day that Aleister Crowley liked to communicate with entities. You might be getting some entities and vampires in your life if you're doing these manifestation stuff, this new age stuff in these days, because this is new. This is like a new age, new thing. It has nothing to do with.
Now, the point that I'm taking out of this too is that it's a mainstream thing. He cites a very interesting book, The Secret Architecture of Our Nation's Capital, and he shows how the Dog Star in Sirius is integrated into all of it, including the Washington Monument. Let me play another clip here.
That's what he did.
And this is Joe the Hobo. And look, this guy only has 33 subscribers, which is ridiculously low.
On this day, Helical
So I'll put a link in the chat if you want to subscribe to him.
Rising was important in his Book of the Law, which the cover of it is the cover of the flyer for Utopia with Travis Scott, who was performing at the Giza Pyramids right by the Nile River. So this is super important to America, what's coming up in just a couple of days. Here's the 4th of July, Independence Day. Here's the Penith, the phallic, the Washington Monument. The Sun conjunction right here is on the top of the phallic. Here is the hieroglyph of Sirius, the dog star. It's the Washington Monument, the Capitol Dome, and the 5-pointed star.
All right, interesting stuff. All of it relevant to our research here. But now here's the part where he correlates it to this thing in Maui.
Actually is significant is tomorrow, August 10th.
Anyway, like I said, I put a link below if you want to follow the whole thing. But a number of people had made this correlation, and we talked about this briefly last night. Next, I don't think anybody cares about the truth anymore. Not the truthers anyway. So that CBK News, who is talking about lasers, is now just outright making up out of, I'm assuming, Chat GPT and Midjourney. They're now making up their own news. So here you have an article with supposedly Donald Trump. Trump inspects the craftsmanship of the Titanic. He was invited as a first-class passenger, but after his inspection of the ship, he declared that it could never withstand the impact from an iceberg. He immediately left the ship and traveled back to the U.S. on his private jet. Now, obviously, this is a fake story, unless Trump is a time traveler, but there's a photograph here and it looks real, so we might as well tweet it. I had said that the QAnon has devolved into just pure believing its own fan fiction, and there you go. EOTR says the Titanic was not the Titanic, it was the Olympia. Yeah, was it something else, like repainted? Wouldn't surprise me. Okay, let's continue up Gilded. We got past the story on the toxic masculinity represented by the Terminator, the space lasers. We talked about the chair-wielding suspect, Reggie Gray, and his mugshot has showed up. Reggie Gray, of course, the chairman, and the significance of it. Have a seat, 2023, bang, with the chair. Have a seat, Alabama, 1955, Rosa Parks. Like someone had correlated the two, Rosa Parks and the chairs. And the thing is, Rosa Parks was 42 when that happened, 1955. And Reggie Gray is 42. And all of this is about this black versus white dialectic that they throw into their Psywar. And so I'm looking at this, I'm like, well, interestingly enough, even the name Gray, if you want to look at it from that perspective, is black and white. But anyway, his mugshot shows up, and in a very templatey way, same beard, same shaved chin, he's charged with disorderly conduct, and someone, Synchromorpheus, had put him, juxtaposed him with Ice Cube. And you can see a resemblance from the, I'd say the chin and everything, but the pose. It's mostly the pose. And the only reason why this would be a relevant comparison or juxtaposition here is simply that Ice Cube has been viral very recently with Tucker Carlson. So there's something to it. Quite likely. They don't put anybody out there unless there's something to follow along with it. So, for example, Jamie Foxx. Why was all the news about how sick Jamie Foxx was, how he died and came back to life on set, and how maybe he's a clone? And then they cloned Tyrone comes out, which is a fantastic movie. I haven't given any spoilers because I just think you can't really spoil a movie like that, but it contains some very interesting elements of Westworld and Truman Show and Dark City. Like you can see the influences. They even have Keith Sutherland from Dark City. There's a lot of inside the industry references and jokes within horror movies in general or conspiracy theory movies. A lot of Kubrick references as well. If you haven't seen it, they cloned Tyrone. My point being, the movie came out starring Jamie Foxx after Jamie Foxx is rumored to have been cloned. Now, some people are sharing as possible evidence Mountain Dew's Maui Burst. Dew with the blast of pineapple flavor. Like direct energy weapon. Get it? Dew. Dew Maui Burst. Now, that is some product placement. And quite possibly, this is part of the whole PSYOP. And I was thinking about this today. They create the mainstream PSYOP, and then they create the alternative version for the conspiracy theorists. So the mainstream, they see this big natural disaster, and the politically left will blame it on capitalism and global warming, and the right will increasingly blame it on the government and on direct energy weapons if they go far, far right. And in order to create this bifurcated reality, they have to put as much effort into the conspiracy version of events than the mainstream version. So in other words, 9/11 truth was not something that arose out of a vacuum where the mainstream ignored. No, 9/11 truth is another wing of the mainstream media, another department. It's just like it's the fringe they control, is my point. And it doesn't arise in a vacuum. They actually create the content. So it would make perfect sense that you would have predictive programming for direct energy weapons in Alice in Borderland last year. And if you didn't see that, and I know I put it in a blog post, and it's a pretty good series in itself, but here we go. This is from February 11th, 2023. Green laser beams from space over Hawaii. Is China shining lasers down to Earth? And then this person, I have a theory about the lasers from Alice in Borderland. So we've already been through this topic. We've already talked about this appearance of lasers and how it was predicted. This was back in February then. Okay, so laser is a beam of light that kills players in Alice in Borderland. And here you go. Scientists first thought the glowing lasers were from a NASA satellite, but it turned out to be from a Chinese satellite. So according to the Sacramento Bee, there were lasers from space last February. And this, of course, pretty much matched the imagery in Alice in Borderland, which is kind of a Squid Games type show. Now, if you're looking at the screen, you can see a scene from Alice in Borderland, or a couple scenes with these direct energy weapons, which kill you when you failed to complete the latest challenge. Very interesting show. I mean, it's just so incredibly violent. But after like one or two episodes, you get desensitized and you can watch it all in a binge. Just casually watch the next 5,000 people die once you've processed the first two. That might be a part of it too. We never really talk about that. How mass media is likely just there to desensitize you, which is a form of dehumanization. Getting rid of empathy. Okay, I'm going through some comments. Now, here's an interesting conversation between Tim Osman and Cubstar about the flat Earth. And Cubstar says, "You're a round Earth cloud. Oh, a round Earth tilted cloud believer that thinks maps are a reality." Now, look, tilting clouds. This is actually an important point that clouds tilt. And my point is this: I can look outside and see Mount Taylor 106 miles away. And beyond Mount Taylor, I can see clouds that are above the horizon. Now, these clouds are perfectly level to the ground that I'm on and with the horizon. There's no bend, and these clouds are not tilting over the curve of the Earth, which would be, I would imagine, would be expected to be there, given we're talking about 120 miles. So are you telling me that a boat goes over the horizon, 10 miles away, 5 miles away, 20 miles away tops, and it's over? So it's over a hump. But that the clouds, 5 times that distance, aren't even tilted when they're 5 times the distance of the boat that went over a hump? So is the boat tilted? I mean, it's not going over an escalator, it's going over a curve. And if the earth is curved, the ocean is curved, then the sky is curved. And those clouds, maybe they're not big enough to be curved, but there should be a visual going over the horizon, as with the boats. It doesn't make sense otherwise. Well, Timmy's response was, "You're making observations with a 1 degree tilt per 60 miles. It's a troll meme at best." And then he's called a trollophobe. But the argument here is this: if you're going to say no, it's just too big and the curve wouldn't be perceptible from 120 miles away, then don't tell me that you can see the curve on a rowboat 500 yards away. Don't say I can see the curve, then you get on a plane and it's completely flat. Like, sometimes it just seems like they don't have a coherent view of the world they believe that they're on. Okay, going up. Again, we're scrolling up the server. Doctor says Maui looked like a war zone out of I Am Legend. Yep, gotta have those movie predictions. That's always important. Or rather, movie connections and predictions. You gotta integrate it. Okay, the other day we were talking about Elvis in 1973. Well, in 1973, Elvis was beamed from a satellite to 1.5 billion people. And the significance, we've talked about the meaning of the satellite and CubeSats and Starman and Mr. Satan, the man who fell to earth, and how my theory was that Elvis is an icon that allows the masses to worship the fallen angel. That rock star worship is worshiping the fallen star, incarnated, symbolized by light turning into matter, the meteor that the Muslims run around at Mecca. Or in that movie I referenced, Asteroid City, the whole city built around this asteroid, this meteor that hits the earth. And so here you have a rock star being viewed by 1.5 billion people, and then you have the satellite tie-in. And it's just interesting again, because this is 1973, the same year as Watergate. We had a similar Watergate. We had the Roe v. Wade leak. I mean, there's all these things that seem to be repeating, but the Elvis thing was one of these early 70s events that seemed to be repeating with the new Elvis movie. And that's what I was talking about. And that even Starman was part of it. And the Starman effigy is actually David Bowie, who is got the same birthday as Elvis. Okay, continuing. Guess who just joined the Black Eye Club? So Ron DeSantis, according to Code Monkey Z, who was 33 during the cyber symposium where they tried to flip the election with the pillow guy. Yes, Code Monkey Z is back in politics on Twitter, and this is the guy that was believed to be Q. They're back to rehashing this Black Eye Club, adrenochrome, Pizzagate stuff. Like they're back to their 2016 playbook. It's pretty pathetic. This is the actual image he shared. Like this is supposed to be the Black Eye Club. It's probably just pudding. You know, that's what I'm guessing. Just pudding. I don't know if you know, but Ron DeSantis is known for eating pudding with his hands. Okay, we got some new 9/11, well not new, but some vintage, recently uncovered, high quality, bad crisis acting. Like it's so bad it's good, or it's good bad as we like to say here. Let me play a clip here. This is 9/11 reporting. This is the story of Barry Jennings, who was interviewed near Ground Zero
World Trade Center.
after he was pulled out of the Trade Center. And I think he's crying here. And the whole thing just seems so surreal to me. But let's just go ahead and play.
When that first plane went in, and of course the collapses since then, we're going to bring more of those to you now. Barry Jennings, you were on the 8th floor. You work for the City Housing Department. Explain to me the moment of impact.
Now, the point I want to bring up is these days we're very much, of course, visual with everything. But on 9/11/2001, they still relied quite heavily on storytelling. And some of the stories they tell here are ridiculous. Like, they heard a boom, a bomb, and the elevator doors blew open, and a man who was just on fire from head to toe ran out. Like, yeah, it's horrifying, but we never see it. There's so much what I call, well, there's hearsay, and of course people believe it if it's on the screen, see-say. But there's just so much of this storytelling. So here we go, story time. Be right back.
Well, me and Mr. Hesh, the corporation counsel, were on the 23rd floor. I told him we got to get out of here. We started walking down the stairs. We made it to the 8th floor. Big explosion. Blew us back into the 8th floor. And I turned to Hesh. I said, this is it. We're dead. We're not going to make it out of here. I took a fire extinguisher and I bust the window out. That's when this gentleman here heard my cries for help. This gentleman right here, and he kept saying, stand by, somebody's coming to get you. They couldn't get to us for an hour because they couldn't find us.
You thought that was it?
I thought we're dead. I thought that was it. I started praying to Allah. I said, that's it.
He's got some kind of a badge on. Is he an officer? Now, this individual here who just showed up saved him. Now, they don't look to me like they just survived a bomb blast or like they got pulled out of rubble whatsoever. And in a minute, you're going to see him devolve into crying. Well, what passes for crying among the Government Actors Guild.
We're gone. It's over.
What was it like for you? You were inside there as well.
It was pandemonium. I mean, it was something like out of a Bruce Willis Die Hard movie.
Oh, there's your movie reference, a Bruce Willis Die Hard movie. What about Collateral Damage? Did you all see that clip yesterday that I played? The 9/11 inside joke where someone's recording the billboard Collateral Damage about a terror attack. A movie so spot on with predictive and concurrent programming that they actually removed characters and removed scenes that involved hijacked planes. Anyway, the movie Collateral Damage was postponed for release because of 9/11, and it didn't get out until 2002, like late February. But here he is referencing a Bruce Willis movie.
He was there and he was crying, and there was another gentleman crying and for help.
So they're crying, just up there crying.
He says the backside was completely blown away. There was no way to access us. We couldn't get to him.
Now here he has a shirt which is Cross Bronx Express FDNY E46L27. So both of these individuals are interesting, just persons of interest. I mean, I get the idea here that they're reciting a role, like scripted role.
And finally, one of the fire department teams found them, but we didn't think they were going to make it.
Well, certainly you got out. Many others didn't. Of course, we don't have a number right now of fatalities or injuries, but I want to translate a story to you that another man told me. He was
Now here, okay, so this is a news reporter, but he's going to tell you a story. This is the very definition of hearsay. I'm just pointing out that this whole thing is just story time. Story after story after story. And if you think back, it's always been that. Everything about this entire day is not supported by the visual evidence, but it's bolstered by all these eyewitness accounts and secondhand recounting of eyewitness accounts, like this guy's about to give.
near the building. He was on the lobby level, near the shopping area, near the promenade. The elevator doors, he said to me, blew open.
Yeah, this is the scene. So he's telling the story about somebody else's story, about the Burning Man.
And when the doors opened, there was a man on fire inside that elevator. That is the kind of tragedy we are talking about here, and where the world...
Now we're looking at that big tower of what I think is military smog. It's concealment smog. That's what that is. Concealment smog. These are done with generators. I've seen this at work. I've seen this technology. We've actually used these generators in our training NBC school at Fort McClellan, Alabama. And what I think you're looking at here is a controlled demo, concealment fog, and just a lot of theater. And this is just rehearsed roles that they're performing for the camera.
We are talking about here, and where the World Trade Center once stood here in New York City is no longer, at least not like we knew it. These men just embraced. This man is crying. It has been that traumatic.
See, there you go. They're crying again. They keep going over to this. Look, he's crying. And look, there's no tears. And they weren't even hugging. So we're going to move on. Just a little story time. Let's go back into Gilded. Here's another TikToker. Pay attention. These are not wildfires. This is too important to not be aware of. In other words, do direct energy weapons, Maui blast. This is the new current thing. You need to talk to everybody about space lasers. Don't go outside without, you know what, I'm sorry, a tinfoil helmet's not going to be enough. You're not going to make it with a tinfoil hat. You're going to need, and the Kevlar helmet you have for space junk, not going to do it. I'm not sure what you wear to protect yourself from space lasers, but it's a thing now. Little side note here. Yesterday we were talking about Donald Trump and this building body of predictive programming calling him the Antichrist. And I came across that verse, Revelation 9:11, where they name the Antichrist. And I'd kind of connected Abaddon with a bad dawn, as in Donald Trump. And, you know, we were just in the middle of this conversation about this, and I had something to add to it. Because on Donald Trump's 42nd birthday, and the number 42 has everything to do with this incoming destructive Kraken or destroyer. On his 42nd birthday, he had a 15-foot UFO, like flying around with lasers on it. So this is Trump's 42nd birthday party. It was pretty epic by all accounts. But then there's this part here. In 1988, Donald Trump celebrated his 42nd birthday at his casino featuring a laser show with a 15-foot spaceship and a performance by magicians and dancers to a version of Michael Jackson's Bad, reworked in his honor. So I'm thinking here, you know, Bad kind of fits with my Bad Dawn and the Abaddon kind of inside joke, pointing at Donald Trump as the moonchild that was conceived, or rather born, around the time of the Babylon working. He's been correlated strongly with Damien Thorne, and there's a plethora of just Donald Trump's the Antichrist stuff. Not to mention, on the other side, he's Christ, and he's Moses, and he's been Christified more than any other politician. In fact, General Flynn was talking about how Jesus Christ was the greatest politician of all time, and how we need to read the founding documents as though these are the Bible. He actually talks about how the founding documents, or the like the Declaration of Independence, we ought to consider these to be biblical. And here's General Flynn, Mike Flynn. Here he is talking about how dark forces are rewriting the Bible with AI.
To rewrite the Bible. Did you know that? Yep. Yeah, there it is. And you know how they're going to do it? They're going to do it. They already started talking about this a couple weeks ago. They're going to do it using AI.
They're going to use it using AI. AI is just a buzzword. You say it and people jump. But yeah, AI is the devil, obviously. Okay, let's continue here. Marjorie Taylor Greene calls for the execution of her political opponents. Let's go ahead and play that clip, then we'll get back to the gilded.
I want to oh, yes, sir. I'm going to do one more. Yes, sir.
What is the penalty for treason? Okay, we know treason has been deleted, and nobody having to answer for it. Something has got to be done. Right? It's treason. Our country, our Constitution has been stomped on.
The guy said Constitution, Constitution, treason, treason.
Yep.
It's written according to the Bible. Like you said, we've got to get praying for the country. And we got to be, people got to be tried for treason.
You're hearing bloodthirsty politicos, and they want revenge. Diana South, yeah, I'm saying a bad dawn. It's Donald Trump, and I'll substantiate that here more in a minute if you like.
And death penalty. Well, I think we're ending on a right note.
That was a very Hillary Clinton-esque laugh. Very frazzle drippy.
I think we're ending on a right note.
We came, we saw, he died. That whole thing?
No.
Something about murdering their political opponents really turns these politicians into, or rather reveals what they really are. All right, so let me go ahead and add a little more to this topic about the Abaddon. 9/11 happens, and this was my first clue. At the scene of the Titanic's wreckage, James Cameron is filming a documentary called Ghosts in the Abyss. So 9/11, Abyss, Titanic. The movie Titanic had predicted programming for the towers falling. It's split in two. One part sank vertical, you had jumpers. So you have Titanic, 9/11, James Cameron, Abyss, all connected. Revelation 9/11 talks about the king reigning over the abyss. The name is Abaddon, or Destroyer, or Apollyon. Now he's in a vessel called the Deep Sea Challenger. So the Challenger in the Abyss is the reference here. And then you have a number of other tie-ins here, but the main thing here is that this Kraken, or the submarine, the recent submarine incident that went down on the solstice, it all seems to be referring to the same thing, the abyss. And the abyss of space, where you had the Apollo, the mission where they had lost contact briefly. You know, there's like sort of these reoccurring themes. And I think the overall theme here, though, is the reference to the Challenger or the Destroyer in the abyss. Then you have the correlations between the missing submarine and Hunt for Red October, which has the nuke on it. So this is like a story that's been building up against the backdrop of Oppenheimer about the nuke. And the main thing about Oppenheimer, of course, is the line where he says, "I have become death, destroyer of worlds." So then you have the destroyer connected to the nuke. In the film, 11 miles of IMAX film weighs 600 pounds, 11.6, another one of these reoccurring themes and numbers pointing to some kind of right-wing weaponization of the nuke, likely with the help of Russia. And enter Donald Trump, a very bad Don, who's bad, according to that song they played at his 42nd birthday. And then you can look at his penthouse, where he has an altar to Apollyon. He's got or rather his office was the stage for the devil in The Devil's Advocate. So these are just a number of things that are pointing at this Trump Antichrist storyline. But then when I came across this reference to Revelation 9/11 as naming this king over the abyss, I'm like, very interesting. Because in the world of predictive programming, Donald Trump is inseparable from the Twin Towers. Demetra 101 says the first blonde bombshell was Jean Harlow, born on 3/3/1911. Okay, okay. That's another topic as well, but we talked about Barbie and how Barbie was a quote bombshell, and the Oppenheimer movie and the bomb. And like this is all very fascinating stuff because the term bombshell, the origin of it has connections to the actual bomb, just like bikini, the bikini and the Bikini Islands, the bomb tests, nuclear testing at Bikini Atoll. So, in other words, there are just some connections here between the idea of a bombshell and the bikini itself, Barbie, and Oppenheimer. All this Barbenheimer talk. And you could go further and point out the likely fact that they faked nukes by blowing up Barbie doll houses with fireworks. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. Bombs, maybe. Just a couple of overlapping things that we have to look at. Demetra 101 says Kuru giggle. Yeah, yeah, I think that happens to all of them. Kamala, Hillary, and now MTG, they've all got the Kuru giggle. You get to a certain level of power and it's like you got to eat the brains. Okay, let's moving on here. I'm going to continue to scroll up Gilded. I'm trying to walk through the last week and we've barely made it the last 12 hours. But we'll get there. Okay, we covered this. James Cameron says testosterone is a toxin, and I'm pointing out that T2, the Terminator, is just a paragon of toxic masculinity that we have to kill in order to survive this war, in order to not destroy the world. Because if you think about it, and this is their storytelling, capitalism, freedom, this is all an extension of the toxic masculinity. They've actually conflated the two. And this is pretty obvious if you look at the subtext of Avatar 2. That's why I study their propaganda, because it tells us what they really think. It's the Marines with their buzz cuts that aren't connected to nature. Okay, now this is a good collection of information here. This is what got us started on this recent conversation about the number 11. So it starts with this. Jay Diggs had asked about Murphy, or Murph, this person we used to follow pretty closely. And Murph is talking about 9/11, and he says the 11 stood for the 11-year solar cycle during which the event transpired. The Twin Towers visually form an 11. This is one of the reasons 11 is a magic number. And One Eye Jack points out that in the Kabbalah, 11 is the abyss. So I look it up here on some Wiki Thelema page, and it says the number 11 in the Tree of Life is the sphere of Death, which means the abyss. So there you have it. The Titanic, the Twin Towers, the abyss, Revelation 9/11, the constant reiteration of number 11, the Abaddon king ruling over the abyss. Then again, I've connected this also to the Terminator movie, not just because of the toxic masculinity, but the Terminator movie has the nuke that takes out the West Coast. All of these things are tying into this destroyer from the abyss because we're talking about a nuke from the water. And of course, here we have James Cameron in the abyss when 9/11 actually happens. The number 11 represents the two towers. This is according to some Facebook post I found. And Kabbalists associate 11 with all that is evil, sinful, and imperfect. The reason why 11 has an evil connotation is it follows after the perfect number 10, as in 10 commandments. I've heard of this too, and even Crowley said it. My number is 11, as are all those who are of us. Very interesting. You know, the Church of Satan has the 11 rules for the earth, which is sort of their version of the commandments. Very interesting. Okay, continuing. The first plane that hit the North Tower is American Airlines 11, or AA-11. This is a reference to Aleister Crowley's occult order Silver Star, or Argentium Astrum, AA. Flight 93. 93 is the number of Thelema. Flight 77. 77 is Aleister Crowley's book where it says, "Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law." It comes out of Liber 77, which is the book of the law. Oh, no, no, book of the. It's the book of the law is the red one that prophesied Greta. But the other one was I think it was more about like the. Let me bring this up. Yeah, Liber 77. Liber Oz. That's what it's called, Oz. And this book purports to declare mankind's basic and intrinsic rights. So this is where people get the idea that Crowley is sort of a libertarian, live and let live, because it's the do what thou wilt. And it sounds like that, and it seems like that, but in practice, the way it seems to be represented in the world, it's sort of a two-tier system. Okay, continuing, a few other notes here. It says the Silver Star, referenced by AA, is the dog star Sirius, which is also the name of the police dog, which is the only animal killed in the Twin Towers. And of course, Sirius, the brightest star, is the dog star, and 9/11 is the beginning of the Egyptian New Year, marked by the dawning of Sirius. Fascinating. Again, Sirius the dog star being associated with 9/11 and the beginning of the Egyptian New Year. Sirius the dog star associated with January 1st and the beginning of our New Year. Not a coincidence. Here's Donald Trump in a hallway posing between two sheep, sheep number 9 and sheep number 11. This is just one example. Anyone who thinks that Donald Trump is rogue and he surprised the media, we can trust him. Maybe he's with the deep state, maybe he's not. He's just an imperfect businessman, but he's what we got. The Lord chose him. All these people who are drinking the Kool-Aid need to account for 60 plus years of predictive programming for the character Donald Trump. We were prepared for him. He's written into the world stage meta script. He's as real as any of them. The idea that he's somehow realer is like just so delusional in 2023. Okay, I'm getting my scroll back on. Okay, now here's another thing too. June 14th, 1946, Donald Trump's birthday. June 14th, 1946, Aleister Crowley sent a letter about Jack Parsons and the founder of Scientology. And he wrote to say that they had created a moonchild. Interesting, because this was the day that Trump was born. The moonchild was the purpose of the Babylon working. And we were talking about this yesterday because the secretsun.blogspot.com had correlated Margot Robbie, Barbie, with Babylon, the goddess of the New Age, and she had recently played in a movie called Babylon. Lean Dion found this very interesting find, a book called Toy Monster, The Big Bad World of Mattel. So I just want to look at this for a moment. It's by Jerry Oppenheimer. So just another connection between Oppenheimer and Barbie. Toy Monster, The Big Bad World of Mattel. And if you want to dig into it a little deeper, you could probably even correlate the name Mattel with matter and L or Saturn, the bad world of Saturn. There's definitely something here. I need to watch both these movies now, unfortunately. And I will. I will watch these movies and review them so you don't have to. I walk into the movie theater with composition notebooks because they program everybody with so much stuff. It's a data dump. You couldn't possibly remember it all. You have to take notes. And taking notes keeps you in an active rather than a passive state of mind so you don't get programmed. I think it actually insulates you. Sort of like listening to infant plane radio, IPR is mind war inoculation. If you listen to what we're talking about, you don't have to agree with our conclusions, But if you listen to our reason and our logic and you apply our reasoning to what you're observing, you might arrive at the same conclusions. Their reality is fake AF. Okay, we are continuing to get our scroll on. Fascinating. Jay Diggs points out there's a song that's 3 minutes and 11 songs, 3 minutes and 11 seconds long, and it's being pushed by all the right-wing influencers. Again, influenza, virus, mind virus. These are things they've correlated. So these right-wing influencers with their mind flu are pushing this latest mind virus. It's a song by Oliver Anthony, and I've watched it 10 times. I haven't listened to it. I'm not going to listen to it yet. Actually, I listened to like 5 seconds of it and I shut it off. Like, I didn't hear him out. I just wanted to hear the quality of his voice and the sound. And there's no denying that he has, if you like bluegrass, country, you might like this. But I think it's being artificially pushed. I don't think it's as good as they say. I thought his lyrics were whiny. I don't think anybody cares that about, I mean, I guess some people care. But he's whining about how the dollar is being taxed too much. And the rich men in the north. And so here you have, it's the idea here is, of course, the rich men the rich men north of Richmond. Now, this song is being super hyped up, like it's the best song ever, better than Jason Aldean's Try That in a Small Town. And you know what? Vivek, the guy running for president, I don't know if you've been following this, and there's a few individuals that I think are interesting, but you know, like I like Dr. Shiva. Vivek Ramaswamy was known for having rapped an Eminem song. It was that song, I think it's called Lose Yourself. Well, he rapped it at some high school talent show, and somebody released the video. And this video was meant to embarrass him. But instead of being embarrassed, he owned it. He went out yesterday and he rapped like Eminem to the public there. And nobody was impressed. They thought he was pandering. This is from the Des Moines Register. Vivek Ramaswamy raps to Eminem's Lose Yourself. And here he is rapping. Now, my only take on it is this. MAGA rap peaked and died in 2020. Nobody cares about MAGA rappers. Like Horatio Blow, the guy that was rapping about rainbow-colored children's wear at Target. Nobody cares. But again, let me just play the rest of this for a moment here, and then I'll explain why I think he's wrong. Now he's rapping over Eminem. This is not karaoke. This is as bad as Cardi B badly karaokeing over her own rap tracks before throwing a mic in an obvious publicity stunt. She did it twice. And those are obvious stunts, and somebody sold the mic for like $1 million. But my point here is that Vivek is rapping and nobody cares. Right now they've gone country. They're all about country music. They've got Jason Aldean, Try That in a Small Town, and now they have this new country music guy who's got like 3 songs out so far. And it's all appealing in a very pandering way to the demographic that miss the old America. In other words, not necessarily Trumpism, but when you say MAGA, you're talking about making America great again, like it was before the libs ruined it. You see, it's a utopia in a way, but it's based on a previous vision, so it's looking back. So the libs, the left, they look forward to a transhuman future framed through scientism and atheism, whereas the right wing is looking at, you know what, let's go ahead and turn back the trends on a few of these new developments, and let's go back to a simpler time. So now the rap music was kind of counterculture, and they're going against the establishment. So MAGA rap had its place, but now it's all country. So keep an eye out for Oliver Anthony. You're going to hear more of him. He's being hyped up by all the same people who hype up all the current things. So it's just the latest current thing. Joined by John Cordone, says hello friends. Echo Charlie has joined us, X322. Diana South says the Lord chosen Trump for our destruction and God's judgment. He uses his enemies to destroy his disobedient people. Oh yeah, Trump is the ultimate Judas goat. I mean, he is he's been compared to Jesus, which is like the most blasphemous thing in the world. But then he's been elevated to Moses. Well, I don't know if that's an elevation or a demotion. Okay, we were talking about the snake on the plane lady. You know, the one who said that MFer isn't real. And it reminded me of Snakes on the Plane, where Samuel Jackson is saying, I had it with these MF and snakes on this MF and plane. And then she's like, that MFer isn't real. And some suggested he was a reptilian. Not sure if there's any connection here other than she had it with these MF and things on the plane. And she's been found. She's a marketing executive, so we're trying to determine, was it bad acid or a bad PR stunt? Okay, let's continue scrolling up the gilded pathway here. Humans no longer needed for newsrooms, asks the Drudge Report. Yeah. See, you need humans for think tanks. You need humans to have brainstorming and creativity. But for just sheer productivity and regurgitation within a closed system where no new ideas are welcome anyway, you can just use ChatGPT. So most news readers aren't reporters. Most journalists are regurgitators, or they're so insulated that they operate in a fictional universe. They're not needed. Not news here. They haven't been needed in a long time. It's like, oh, you can read, you look good, you're mediagenic, okay, you can do news. All right, another interesting lead here. We talked about this yesterday, but Jack Parsons has a pretty close connection to Ghislaine Maxwell's sister's father-in-law. Small world. You know, Antichrist Trump, the guy who conceived the spirit of the Antichrist to come down into the womb through some kind of elaborate satanic ritual with a Scientologist and a movie star. And then years later, the sister-in-law of this guy is rubbing shoulders with Donald Trump before her boyfriend gets executed in jail. I mean, the whole drama, you can trace it back. Okay, we're back on our scroll. I'm back to yesterday. We haven't even gone through 2 days. We've been trying to work our way up to the last week in review. I Am Lost 27 says, is Hawaii a real place? As long as you're lost, nowhere will be real. You have to find yourself. Apologize for the ringer, I meant to mute it. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, John the Plumber.
Hey, what's up, John the Plumber? How's your week? We're doing a week in review. Anything big happen for you?
Nah, just working. I moved just like you moved in the last month. I just moved recently, so I'm just getting my place squared away and everything. It's nice. Before I had roommates, now I'm alone, but I like it.
Cool. Very good. Very good. Well, the world stage drama is as entertaining as ever. What are you keeping up with these days? Are you still talking about flat Earth? Ever bringing that up anymore? Do you still hear it, or do you think it's died down?
I have two buddies that are flat earthers, which is cool because like up until now, I haven't known any other flat earthers in this area where I live. But I have a coworker. He's an older guy, probably in his early 60s, like a foreman. But he knows everything. Like everything that I talk about, he knows all about it. And it's funny because we're both plumbers. It's like, dude, we work with levels. I mean, I don't know how people could look at levels and it doesn't click in your head. You're not on a wall. And then I have a guy from church. Like in the last year, I started getting into church just because I wanted something. My son's a believer, and I didn't want to. I wanted to have him to have some kind of structure in his place. So I go with my son. At church, I got a buddy. He looks like a skater dude. He's a weirdo. Sometimes I get anxiety. I just got to go sit on the couch out front of the church, and he follows me out. We started talking about flat Earth. He's a cool dude, too.
Well, that's cool. I'm just kind of curious because you've been following this topic for some time, and we've seen the active suppression. And I don't even say like I know it to be so or I believe it. I don't even say that because I need more information.
I trust it. I trust it. I was thinking about this today. Like, what's the difference between trust, belief, and hope? It's almost like a spectrum. On one side, you got hope. On the other side, you got trust, and then like belief is somewhere in the middle. And we could use these words for anything that we're not 100% certain of. Like when I look outside and I see the sun is out, I know it's daytime. There's just certain things you can be certain of. When I jump up, I'm pretty damn sure I'm going to fall back down. When I see a cup of water, I know what it's going to feel like if I pour it on my hand. But anything else, we got to come up with shit to kind of explain it. And I don't know.
Right. Okay. Interesting. I'll just bring this up because I bring the topic up on Twitter. Owen Benjamin pushes it quite heavily, gets a lot of pushback, and I'm finding that the people who are challenging it, they don't have a very good understanding of debunking. They're just like mostly just dismissing people. Like, how could you arrive at that? And I think what they're missing here is that they arrived at their conclusions through sheer consensus and I would say almost peer pressure, but they don't have the direct experience, and I think that's why I don't know. I'm just...
I combine hollow Earth and flat Earth, and I just think of like the universe is not what we've been told. It's not structured in the way that we've been told. To me, it's almost like a layered cake. If we dig deep enough in the ground, we'll fall through somebody's guys. Yeah, so like aliens are probably just like speedlunkers. They're just falling through wherever they're almost like what Alex Jones says, like there's different density levels. I don't know. That shit all sounds crazy to me, but I think we're in like a three-dimensional realm. And
well, wait a minute.
Each layer is infinite. I don't know.
Deep space. Okay, so what's more likely? That billions of dollars are going into making bad movies that are cheap and just into making people rich, or are they actually investing that money into infrastructure? Like, I've considered that space may be fake in the way they describe it, but they could create it beneath our feet. We're just talking about tunnels and paths for hyperloop.
Tunnels, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Swiss cheese.
There's no wormholes. There's no black holes. There's tunnels. That's it. It's like funny how like when I first got into this whole thing, maybe around 2016, like I kept seeing a lot of videos say, go down the rabbit hole. Yeah, go down. Everything was rabbit holes. And then I started thinking, I was like, a rabbit hole is just like a really small cave. And Plato's allegory of the cave, like to me, that's just it's just a symbol of what the universe could be structured like. And we're like in each little pocket of the cave, of the cavern, could be like a puddle of an ocean surrounded by ice. So it almost like incorporates almost like the pocket crater theory. I don't know.
Okay, no, you said
I just say maybe.
The rabbit hole thing derives from Alice in Wonderland, and it was the story where she falls down the hole. She's like levitating, kind of zero G. But the idea of now, one of the things she said, if you remember, she said, "I wonder if I shall fall right through the earth and come out in the antipathies." So she asked this question. Well, Lewis Carroll did some calculation to determine, what would it take to fall through the earth? Like, how fast would you fall? How long would it take? And I think they said here, this is where it gets interesting. The time it takes to complete a ride through the earth to the other side is 42 minutes. Just another conspicuous 42 where it totally makes sense in this conversation about gravity and the earth and falling and all the different ways they use it symbolically and how Musk uses it through all of his work. But yeah, there's definitely something here, if you ask me, with the underground as a deep space.
If you think about how many ancient mythology religions always had an underworld. They didn't have heaven or hell, maybe like the gods lived on top of some mountain. There was like an underworld, and it's just, I don't know. seems kind of trippy to think that people have been imagining people up and in the sky and things down below us for as long as, in all parts of the world. I don't know.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, there's this local or regional myth, I believe by the Hopi, about how there were these ant people that came out of a hole in the ground, like ant people, and it got me thinking. Let's say that the elite shut everything down, and we all just consume each other, and there's like just nobody left but a few pockets of people who are now living in like the Stone Age. And here we are rebuilding the world, which has been flooded over, no trace of the 21st century. Then, out of a hole in the ground, a bunch of people in astronaut suits come out. Martians who've been down there since the 50s in some deep underground base. So they emerge on what they think is the surface of Mars. And to the humans, who are now reduced to a state of just, primitive state, they would see them as ant people. Like, that's kind of what I'm thinking, is like, we could be looking at, hypothetically, if there is an invasion, something from below. People, perhaps. Brainwash people with advanced weaponry, or Martians even.
Oh man, like I watched some thing on YouTube where they were talking about this guy in Turkey who's digging in his basement, breaks a hole in the wall. He finds like this whole underground city, not just like a room, but a city. Like, I don't know, 2-3 stories underground, just building after building. Like, why would people build stuff like that?
Fascinating.
What were they afraid of? Or when you see like those ones like out in the Southwest where the Native Americans or Mexicans were like just like carving straight into the limestone, and it looks like a city carved into a mountain. What were people afraid of? What were they trying to get up there hiding from? I don't know.
Well, all of this suggests to me that if NASA isn't spending that billions on coke and prostitutes and buying people's silence, then it's going into infrastructure.
I heard guys at work talking the other day. Now, they think I'm a weirdo because they know I'm a flat earther. Like, he don't even care about aliens. He's a flat earther. But I heard these guys talking about like minor level conspiracies. They're like, oh yeah, you know, like that balloon was fake. Yeah. And here's this guy's over talking in the morning, sipping coffee, waiting to get their day together. And another guy's like, yeah, the submarine too. It's because they don't want you to really know, talking about Biden and politics and stuff. And in the back of my mind, it's like, man, but how far down does this thing really go? And they're like, do you really think all these politicians, they're all just like actors, like, I don't think anyone that we see in the world stage on that level is genuine.
Well, the world stage must have a backstage. And I think of backstagers as the insiders to the Psywar. We're not backstagers, but we have a lot of those insights, because we're kind of freely wandering around. But these theaters always have something beneath the stage and above as well. But beneath is where they do a lot of their special effects and everything. So I think there is definitely a deep
space. I don't
space.
think they're the creators. They're not making it, though. I don't think it's their creation. I think they're just actors in this thing. But something else, I think, beyond us, bigger than humans. I don't know what. If it's an AI, an alien, a demon, a god, there's something that's directing this whole thing. Because I can't see why people would want to do this to each other. Yeah. It just seems like some kind of crazy experiment. I don't know. I don't think it's entertainment. For a while, I thought it was entertainment, just a movie. It feels more like some kind of psychotic experiment.
Interesting. You know what? You would like that movie. They cloned Tyrone. Like, no spoilers, but if you're trying to, because now that I think about it, that movie, I don't want to give any, has everything to do. I'm gonna have to change. I'm gonna have to fix the settings on the ringer. Sorry about that. The movie They Cloned Tyrone has quite a lot to do with the idea of subterranean control. All these cliches about conspiracy theories, but they really do depict this plausible scenario.
It's funny how nobody's buying aliens now. I can't believe it. Like, if you grew up in the 80s or 90s, you got sucked into alien everything. Star Trek, Star Wars. It's such a big part of modern culture. There's rides and amusement parks and the merchandising. Can you imagine, like, if you just made it, you could just snap your fingers and make the idea of aliens and dinosaurs disappear and anything associated with it. I'm talking about cups, plastic cups with T-Rex on it. If all that shit vanished, how much money you think would it vanish out of the economy? Probably in the billions of dollars. Is just based on made-up shit. It's like the modern version of dragons and all this other weird
Yeah, you know, that's a great point. Aliens and these are like the angel
real.
counterpart. Yeah, I don't think you could separate it. I don't think you can separate it from the modern paradigm where they have the evolution and we've risen from ape. Now we're in between animal and angel or alien. So we're rising. And the alien represents future man, genderless, raceless, technologically perfected, probably immortal, and they can travel the heavens. That's where we're headed. So they need aliens the way that Christianity needs angels or Islam needs angels, where angels are the ones who tell the main person what their role is in life. You can't separate the angel or the higher powers, intercessors, messengers, and I guess you would call them intermediaries or emissaries from any of these religions because they're all by revelation from above.
Do you believe that there's entities more powerful or more advanced than humans? Call them whatever you want. Angels, aliens, interdimensional beings. Do you think that there's something beyond human?
Right now, as far as I'm willing to go, is they are there are people who are capable of passing themselves off as a higher power. And if they can trick us into accepting some AI program as a higher power and give it authority, they will do it. So I'm not willing to give that any kind of, not until there are facts. So in other words, I know man is capable of faking supernatural and faking miracles, but I don't have any indication that there's I'd have to say I'm very deistic and possibly agnostic in many ways.
I just had like this, I was talking to myself today in my head. I was thinking, I was like, wait a minute. I remember when I was a kid in the 80s, all these politicians were freaking out because they thought Ozzy Osbourne and all the 80s hair metal was satanic. And then I grow up and I become middle-aged and I find out all the politicians are satanic. So it's like almost like there was like a war between different denominations, just like how like at times with Catholics and the Protestants, the Irish Protestants were at war with each other. That's what was happening in the 80s. There were just like different satanic sects doing beats, that had battle.
Well, the 80s have been brought back in a lot of recent movies. There's a new Dungeons and Dragons. I think it's got Tom Hanks in it. I gotta check. But there's a number of movies that brought back 80s. They brought back what you would call the Satanic Panic, and it's all but obviously it's by design that they're bringing back a lot of the Satanic Panic that they put into the culture that many years ago. They're bringing out a new version of Beetlejuice, and it matters. I'm bringing this up because they bring back movies from certain time periods, and it's all target marketing. Like Stranger Things comes out, and it's about a group of role-playing gamers who are delving in the occult, and then you have the underworld, and then you have like this satanic panic in the neighborhood. They go on a witch hunt for whoever is killing these kids, and this happens to tie into these latest shootings, specifically Nashville, where the shooter looks like the lead character from Stranger Things, and that shooting has triggered a new satanic panic among the political right, and it ties into the satanic clothing designer at Target. But anyway, there's definitely a reason why they're rehashing and bringing back a lot of older programming, and they're even rebooting Q right now. But there's whatever it is, they haven't stopped the agenda as far as the they just kind of evolve it a little bit. But everything seems to be moving along as far as programming the left and the right to fear each other and to fear some version of the devil.
So what's the benefit? Is it like they're harvesting our Or I mean, I just think like we spend more money. If they can make people afraid, they go out and buy things so they feel like that they're secure. I got enough popcorn, bullets, whatever. So they found something for each side to be afraid of. I don't know.
Well, let me run this by you because I just recently watched Newsbenders again, and they introduced the idea that this total mind control system took over once they introduced the nuclear bomb. So I'm thinking, if the nuclear bomb is fake, but they convinced the world it was real, and they reorganized all geopolitics because of this new power, but it's fake. So it tells me one thing, that with the invention of this device, this new God, whatever you want to call it, they put us into a new religious paradigm. They put us into a collective hostage situation, and they disconnected us from reality. So it could be that maybe to end any big wars and to keep the peace, they created this big drama. So it could be for our own good. Like maybe the psychological war is a way to maintain control and profit, but maintain control and then reshape humanity so that we can have some sort of engineered world peace. Like I'm not saying it's benevolent, but it does seem to be that there has been an effort over these past few generations to remake humanity, and it really did seem to kick off when they proved to the satisfaction of people that they could blow everything up if we don't comply. We're hostages.
Every 2 weeks, there's a new whistleblower trying to say, "Oh, I've seen all the aliens, I've seen the ships. They keep releasing new footage," and nobody believes it. I only have like a couple friends that still believe. They're like, "Nah, man, they're getting ready to come, man. It's gonna be like Independence Day." But I think more and more people are starting to wake up. We've been lied to for like 100 years about little green men. Just another distraction to keep us on the edge of our seats or whatever. Just like nukes and everything else.
Sure. I don't want to disappoint people, but the fact is, if they have used a religious paradigm of one sort or another to control people from the beginning, and if they always use apocalypse and doomsday as part of this thing, and apocalypse and doomsdays and angels rapturing people, that never happens. So if it never happened before, why would it happen now? It's just another carrot on a stick for us to chase. Aliens will never come. There's not going to be a rapture. It's not going to end. But they want you to think it will. So you're on your best. It keeps you on your best behavior. You remember that thing? Jesus is watching. Look busy. The aliens are coming. Trust. To me, I think it's definitely a false promise to keep people hooked.
We have to come up with stories just to keep people to do what they're told. And if there's just a whole group of people that aren't buying into your story, they'll come up with a story that you will buy, whether it's evolution, aliens, angels, Jesus Christ, Muhammad, whatever. They're going to find something for you to spend your money on, spend your time on, get hooked on. Look at all these people coming forward about Scientology, where they keep saying, like they made it to the top level. Like there's only 3 people in the country, in the world that know as much as these people. They make it to the top level, and then they find out it's all bullshit, which makes you wonder how many things like that are like that in this world. Once you make it to the top level, you find out it gives people hope. It gives them structure and meaning to their lives, I guess. I don't know.
Well, did you hear what I played the other day about how the Freemasons at the 33rd degree are likely told that the ultimate secret is space travel? That it's it's Mach 33. You go 33 times the speed of sound to escape the Earth's gravity. Escape velocity is Mach 33, escaping the realm. The spaceport at Kennedy has runway 33, the one the space shuttle lands on, that takes you to heaven. So, in other words, this guy is saying that the Masons learned the secret that we're trying to rediscover what the ancients had, which was space travel. So that's just a BS science fiction story that they're probably told. And they all believe it, and they think they're insiders. And I'm like, wow, that's just like Scientology. You get to the top, you're told Xenu runs the world. Like every one of these cults has some kind of secret at the top that is probably just fake. Expensive lies.
It's crazy. I think back, like when did I notice the world was changing? Like that everything was different from the way it was before. And I noticed when they started putting real or supposedly real cases on TV on the news. I didn't remember seeing stuff like that when I was a little kid. And I think the first one was like the Menendez brothers. These two kids go nuts. They said their dad was molesting them. And like ever since then, like there was always a new piece on television where there's somebody in court. And it, like to me, like that's what really represented the beginning of some kind of new level. So like I'm going through history and everything that happened, and I'm looking at it through new eyes. I'm like, wait a minute. So that whole thing where they beat the guy, Rodney King, that was fake. They didn't beat that guy. They must have wanted those riots. Why would they want those riots? Somebody must have made money off of people burning a city down. And how many events happened since then that were all just planned out for a reason? 9/11. There's a million things we could go through.
Well, let me bring this up because I actually believe this. And you may not have heard this, but it makes perfect sense. So the Menendez brothers was a media circus, kind of like the O.J. Simpson thing. But anyway, if you look at the Menendez, these are TV stars on the news, used to drive whatever political agendas.
JonBenet Ramsey.
That's another one.
JonBenet Ramsey. That was another one.
But now compare the Menendez brothers to Chris and Andrew Cuomo. It's the same two. They've been working this. They've been in the bread and circuses. They've been in the circuses this entire time. I can't see a difference. It's them. It's the Cuomos. The Cuomos are the Menendez brothers. Absolutely.
Oh my God, they think we're stupid.
Yeah. Well, they're bad actors, but wow.
I'm gonna get off. I'm driving here. I'm gonna keep listening. I love the show. I hope somebody else calls in, someone that we haven't heard from in a while. You know, I'd like to do. I don't know. I've been requesting for a while. I don't know what you could do. See if you can get Micah Dank on. Let's get an update from him.
Okay.
If he's got any new books or any new theories.
I will reach out to him. In fact, I have a stack of his books that I'm listing on eBay today. Micah Dank will talk about astrotheology and see where he's at now. I'll look him up. Okay, thank you for the call. John the plumber. Have a great day.
You take care, bud. Bye-bye.
All right, that was John the plumber on the road. Joined by Tia Roberts says, I see female skulls. Okay, I have a question for Tia. She's a transvestigator. So Tia the transvestigator, when she sees Andrew and Chris Cuomo, she sees women. And you would also note that when she sees, we'll say, name any female in the media, she'll see a male. We'll go with let's see, who's a popular female actress? I'll let you, if you're in the audience, if you're listening, name a female actress that's popular right now. Just off the top of your head. It could even be a politician. It can even be a politician. Let's go with who was in the news recent? Let's go with Carrie Lake. She's a politician she was on the news. She was milking a bull. No, she was milking a cow. And she said, if you don't believe there are only two genders, try to milk a bull. And everybody laughed. Anyway, here is Carrie Lake. Now, Tia Roberts will say that's a male, right? So Tia Roberts, a trained transvestigator, not shooting from the hip, she knows what she sees a man. So my question to Tia, presuming you're hetero, do you find Carrie Lake to be a handsome man? Like, are you biologically attracted to Carrie Lake? Serious question. Because if you seriously see a male skull there, if you process that as a man, you should feel something there. You say, okay, Tia Roberts says, lollipop head, which is transvestigator slang for women with big heads or men. Maybe she's just got a big brain, and that's why she's grifting politics so well. Joined by Matt Reynolds. Thank you for joining. Says greetings. Tia Roberts says, I see bones. So you're looking at the skeleton. My point being, if you're truly being honest with us, and you see men where we see women and vice versa, then you, as a female should see cheerleaders and see them as attractive men. And similarly, male transvestigators ought to look at football players and see beautiful women. Like, if you're really being honest about your perceptions, if that's what you're seeing, then yeah, you should be. What I'm saying is, you should feel some kind of conflict since you're aware of it. Am I off on this? I mean, do you all know what I'm suggesting here? This person in the chat, Tia, looks at Sylvester Stallone and sees a woman. And I'm just like, if you can process it like that, if it's that automatic for you, then your responses ought to be somewhat organic and natural. Like, maybe that's part of it. Maybe part of the reason why you're able to discern it is that you find yourself inexplicably attracted to Carrie Lake, although you're not generally attracted to women. And then you figure out, oh, it's because that's a man. Yeah, exactly. Osher says Tia has X-ray eyes. Well, she sees bones. Again, Tia sees Chris and Andrew Cuomo and sees a couple ladies. So she says. But then you look at it and you say, well, Andrew's got an Adam's apple. And they will say, well, that's an implant. That's what they'll say. But if he didn't have it, they'd say that smooth neck is the neck of a woman. So then what is it? Is it a woman with an implant, or is it a man? My point of it is, their argumentation goes like this. Heads, you're wrong. Tails, I'm right. I don't take the bait. I don't take the bait. It's a loaded question. But I guarantee that Tia Roberts wouldn't call. Oh, Tia Roberta. Yeah, why don't you call in? The number's on the screen. We've never actually had like a literal transvestigator call. They don't actually get on the phone very often. Like, I often think you guys are just government trolls, like Dave J. Like, Dave J's honest, though. Dave J will say, wow, those are some beautiful ladies, looking at Chris and Andrew Cuomo. And at least he's honest about it. He sees himself as like a Van Helsing, like a vampire hunter. Tia says, I won't call because of my accent. Right. It's probably somebody we know. What is Tia hiding? What is Tia's secret? Wonder what they're hiding. And look, she is hiding something, or he, because one of the top transvestigators is this person known as Bevy112, who's always posting about the Bible and Jesus and satanic inverted elites. But I did some research on this person, and it turns out it's a fake ID. It's a fake person. It turns out that one of the top persons pushing this nonsense that all men are women and all cats are dogs is actually a professor in Iowa, a professor of communications who is rotund and wears rainbow shirts in real life and is a communist and a supporter of Bernie Sanders, but on the internet pretends to be a conservative Christian, going through some kind of moral panic about the explosion of gender ideology. So in other words, it's a fake movement and it's controlled opposition. And then you have this Tia Roberta here who has just taken all that Kool-Aid and just chugged it. Anyway, there's no one more dishonest in the Twitter sphere than the transvestigators. Their theory is unfalsifiable, and if you ask them, is your theory unfalsifiable? They will block you. That's their Achilles heel. Their Achilles heel is that nothing can prove them wrong, which tells you they're not doing science. They're not doing forensic anthropology. Okay, let's continue here. Demetra 101 says, check out President Hoover's wife. Okay. You know, I generally don't spend my time checking out presidents' wives or going through Hunter Biden's laptop, but I'm going to assume you have a point. So let's take a look at Larry Hoover's wife. And one thing you have to say, this is just to be fair, is that people today are far more mediagenic than they've ever been. Standards of living go up, poverty goes down, poor people are able to afford better cosmetics, better clothes, better makeup, fashion happens, maybe eyebrows change. But I'm saying is like to look at someone from 1930 And then judging by today's standards in terms of femininity, masculinity, yeah, maybe it's a reach. If you're insinuating that this first lady is first man, they did this to Michelle Obama, but they didn't apply the same standard to Melania. So Melania is a beautiful woman, but Michelle is Michael. Like, double standard. Joined here by Junders Plunkett. Thank you for joining. So, Gematria 101. If you could, do a Gematria calculation on Henry Hoover's wife, and then see what number we get. And if that correlates to I don't know, a number like, what does EGI add to? Like, I'm sure it's in there. And I don't mean to knock the transvestigation theory. I'm just saying it's kind of been debunked. Or it's been debunked in their broadest claims. It's kind of like the fake gorillas. Some gorillas are fake. Some pandas are fake. Some pandas are people wearing panda costumes for research purposes or for parties. But you can't stereotype all pandas are fake. And some people do. When it comes to the elite gender inversion, they'll find one or two examples that seem plausible or even likely or shocking if not true. And then they will say, oh, therefore they all are. And then I'm like, well, look at this. Here you have 4,000 pictures of Hunter Biden naked. And they will just immediately turn away from that information. And then you have these clowns like Tia Roberta in chat who will say, Hunter Biden has a female skeleton. And you look at the pictures and like, no, you're actually gaslighting us. And gaslighting is technically a form of psychological and emotional abuse. When we say gaslighting, that term's thrown around quite a bit, but let me emphasize this. Gaslighting is a form of psychological abuse in which a person or a group causes someone to question their own sanity, memories, or perception of reality. Transvestigators are gaslighters. Mandela affected are gaslighters. People who show you a picture and say, do you see? And it's got some kind of loaded meaning behind it, gaslighters. And the whole point of this is to get you to stop trusting yourself. So I'm just calling it out here that Tia Roberts is a psychological abuser. And she needs to stop abusing our perceptions. Like, we get enough psychological abuse from the mainstream media. We don't need it from so-called truthers. And I know the person in chat, I don't like addressing trolls very often. I know but here's the thing. If you feed the trolls, you can study them and figure out where they come from. And then they trust you and they give you more info. And they cease to be threats. So I'm definitely feeding the troll here. I guess the thing I'm pointing out is that last time she was in chat, we had this disagreement, and she said I needed to get a job. And I'm like, you're telling me I need to get a job? Like, suggesting I've never worked before? Like, no, I've worked my entire life. I've never not worked. But to tell me to get a job when you spend your day looking at celebrities and their crotches and looking for evidences that this or that celebrity is secretly another gender, it's just like, who needs to get a job here? Or do you get paid for this? Is there a transvestigation department at your local police department where you just go and yeah, I want to be on this particular beat? More eyes to flat earth says thumbs down. Probably because more eyes to flat earth thinks that all dogs are cats. Look, if you think all dogs are cats and all cats are dogs, good for you. Believe what you want. You can missex your animals. Alright, let's move on. We're going through Gilded. Tia says I look at the legs. Again, I don't want to give them the time of day, but it's kind of like a sideshow for me. And it has been for some time. Because they're all clowns, they're all trolls, and they all refuse to publicly reveal themselves. You'll notice that they're all anonymous. Like, imagine that you had a secret that could change the world. Imagine you knew the greatest secret, that you could stop world hunger. You could save the world, quite literally. Like you, Tia, you could save the world by unmasking the biggest conspiracy of all time, but no, you're going to hide behind a moniker. Why are you hiding? Truth fears no investigation. It could be that you're just a psychologically abusive troll who found a niche, a little sandbox where you could play in and throw sand in people's eyes. You're doing it for the duper's delight. You're doing it for the narcissistic supply. You're doing it for the entertainment value. But you're not serious. More Eyes says IPS, you might as well listen to David Weasel. Oh, you mean Dearth? Does anybody have his flat earth map? What is it? His flat earth map decoder ring? No, 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 it's an app, right? I actually like a lot of David Weiss's work, like the one where he hypnotizes the centurion. He's like, if you're 100 years old, let's talk about whether you learned about flat earth in school. So he sits down with like a 110-year-old lady and he hypnotizes her. Multiple takes. And he's like, hey, you remember, right? First grade, you had a textbook with the flat earth map. She's like, yeah, yeah, I remember. And he's like, yeah, and God's right up there on the dome. And she's like, yeah, God's on the dome. And she starts crying. And I'm like, wait a minute here. You managed to get a 108-year-old emotional, and you got some kind of half-assed agreement that they went to school for flat earth. Like, that was very weak manufactured evidence. More Eyes to Flat Earth says, Tim Goldstein, I suspect. He's another one of these flat earth Nazis. Probably listens to Eric Dubay. Great Nazi there, by the way. Eric Dubay. He's like, Europe for Europeans. We got to stand up for the homeland. Meanwhile, he's Mr. Multiculti doing yoga with his vegan diet, meditating in Thailand. So I'm like, okay, wait, you're a neo-Nazi. You're saying run and defend the homeland of Europe, stop the immigrants, but you're out there gallivanting and standing on one leg, eating carrots in Thailand. Like, way to defend the homeland. Way to set an example. Like, all these other flat earth Nazis are so lost now. Like, More Eyes to Flat Earth. Like, you put all your hope in Eric Dubay, and he has not said anything. He hasn't left his high mountain in years. Where do you go? Where do you go if you're a flat earth neo-Nazi and you don't have any friends? Where's your representation? Okay, Tia says, I don't want to be famous for needy people. Yeah, but I thought you were fighting for the truth, Tia. I thought you were unveiling Satan's army for the Christians. But you don't want to be famous? What if Jesus said, you know what? I can save the world, but I don't want to be famous. Where would you be? We wouldn't have any misguided Christian Twitter trolls if Jesus was afraid of becoming famous. If you're looking at the screen, that's what happens when you try to hug a panda bear. I don't want to zoom in because we'll get censored. But anybody who says pandas are fake, I dare you to put that theory to the test. I found one article where a lovable, cute panda bit someone's foot off. Like, literally bit the foot off. Clean off. More Eyes to Flat Earth. You can call in if you want. It's 1-505-349-0420. I will listen to your complaints. I'm a shoulder for you to cry on. I won't be your Führer. I can't replace Eric Dubay for you. I don't share your sensibilities. I mean, I kind of think that you should drop the Nazism once you figure out that the maps are all faked, that there is more land. And it's a good news. Like, if there's more land, if there's more continents, you can run. You don't have to be in a world where there are Jews or whatever it is you're running from. Got a message from Echo Charlie here. Let me read that one second here. Okay, Echo Charlie, I am going to read your comment. Diana South says, I don't imagine that foot came off cleanly. Right. I think the guy was expecting a hug. Like, look, people's perceptions are so just filtered through the TV. It alters their perception of the real world. And they end up thinking that this reality is a cartoon. Like, they believe you can go to space and they believe you can hug panda bears. It's like, no, those things will rip your legs off. Echo says, enjoying all the callers, here's a little video. Okay, I'm going to get this video. Control the weather and you control the world, August 11th, 2023. Oh, from Lincoln Kareem. Okay, I will share this video. If you don't know who Lincoln Kareem is, he did a great deal of reporting during the lockdowns, mostly going around hospitals and interviewing people. And what he consistently found is that the hospitals were not busy and did not match what was being reported on the news. Like, just a heads up here. When the alien invasion happens, sirens are going off, and you see aliens all over the place on TV. If you go outside, nothing's going on. However, you won't be going outside because you'll be locked down because nuclear fallout, there'll be curfews, and the Karens will be used to keep you inside. So no one's going to leave their house. Most people will be glued to the TV. The only people who leave their homes will be auto hoaxers and conspiracy theorists, and they'll be promptly arrested. So they're not even going to give you any sort of blue beam. Don't expect any fireworks show. Don't expect anything in real life. Expect mostly secondhand accounts, kind of like 9/11. 9/11 changed all of our lives, and none of you here saw it firsthand. Nobody here personally experienced any of the psyops we've ever talked about. Nobody here knows anybody who knows somebody who was shot at this or that event. And that used to be a common claim. Hey, I know somebody related to somebody who has a friend who was at that event. Therefore, you're not allowed to talk about it. After Vegas happened, oh no, you can't call it fake because my old gym teacher died there. What's his name? You get a blank. They block you. Remember all these people who would run damage control for crisis actors? Where are they now? And I don't forget these things. You know, if you're going to flippantly stand up and carry water for the MSM, if you're going to just defend a big lie, then you're on the wrong side of the dome. There is a dome. We are in a closed system. Okay, I'm going through your comments. Diana South says I won't be. Oh yeah, you're right. You won't be arrested because you have a press pass. When I heard that on the news, I said, stay home unless you're essential. Like you're delivering from Taco Bell or your media. Otherwise, stay home. And I'm thinking, well, let's do press passes because we are media. We have been using the phone systems to gain intel from across the plane. Why is this any different? We now have 165 press pass carrying reporters. We have the IPS headquarters here in the desert. Canada secretly tracked 33 million phones during the COVID-19 lockdown. Interesting. Well, the whole thing was an operation to spy on you. You're the virus. It's about mind viruses, always has been. I talked about this before. Safe spaces preceded social distancing, preceded this conflating of the two, where the safe space was to protect you from ideas from the right. Social distancing was to protect you from viruses. As things progressed, it became clear the viruses were from the right, from the conspiracy theorists, because they refused to take the remedy. So in other words, the safe space then became desirable again, not for mind viruses, but for viruses from the people who carry the mind viruses that you originally had the safe spaces to protect you from. We live in the safe space age. But 2020 was there to enforce the safe space age and to find out who wasn't playing along. So they know. It's probably why they're waiting for this disease X. But I don't believe they can repeat it. I don't think they can repeat anything like with any kind of success. I think we've been like people do get burned out. Listen to this. The CIA simulated UFO abductions in Latin America as psychological warfare experiments. So here's something else to consider. You have whistleblowers who saw the alien bodies. Well, sure, maybe you have some people who have been shown props, like fake UFO. You show somebody who's in the military, completely insulated, totally brainwashed, they loved X Files, and you show them a fake flying saucer. Once they have a really high security clearance, they sign their agreements, they can't talk about it, everybody acts like it's real. Maybe they all believe it's real, but it's fake. But they wouldn't have to know. They simply have to acknowledge its existence as documented, and then they can report on it. But the idea that the CIA could simulate an abduction, yeah, it's a no-brainer. But by doing so, they create witnesses. And every religion, every cult is pretty much, every psyop is created by witnesses, false witnesses or misled witnesses, tricked witnesses. You could trick a few people into becoming liars, in other words. And I call this the lie world order because there is no escaping it. Truthers are liars. The mainstream media is a liar. You have good-natured, well-intentioned people who become liars because you must lie along to get along. I mean, there is a difference, I'm sure, when it comes time to get judged between witting and unwitting liars. I'm sure intention does somewhat matter. But there's got to be a punishment for unconsciously just going with the flow. Like all the people who did nothing when censorship picked up because they agreed with it and that kind of thing. Yeah, that's problematic. Okay, I'm still getting my scroll on through Gilded. We're back through Sunday, so we've almost made it through a full week. This is the card that was being flashed around, the Illuminati playing card. Enough is enough. Anytime, any place, our snipers can drop you. Have a nice day. This seems to be haunting Donald Trump, and it's not new. They've been floating this around since he first started announcing his political ambition. But I've been seeing this quite a bit, and others have been sharing it. Enough is enough. And it matches a peculiar bit of predictive programming in a Grimsby Brothers film where Trump is shot while he's at a stadium. Here's a graphic from Fox News mentioning a debate, and weirdly enough, they put the Fox News stamp over his face. Kind of ominous. So if you look, it almost seems to describe some kind of a trajectory, perhaps the path of a bullet. This is again, this is a very common thing with Trump. I believe is it the Young Republicans that came out with this new flag, and it looks like a little tiny red elephant against a backdrop, and they put it on Trump's head. I have so many examples of this to go through. All right, let's see. Phones are still open, 505-349-0420. I was hoping that Tia Roberts would call. We want to talk to a real transvestigationist and see if you're not all just trolls. Here's a report about MAGA. A neuroscientist warns us that we are watching the largest and most dangerous cult in American history. Now, this makes sense to describe it this way as a cult. And it makes sense that they would be making this call in this way because when we had the 1969 kind of 2021 overlapping, like we had the Apollo rocket launch summer of 69 on the anniversary Bezos launches. Well, on the anniversary of the 1969 Manson killings, a QAnoner claimed that Q commanded him to stab his kids with a spear 17 times. And the guy looked like Jacob Chansley. He looked like the Q shaman, with the spear. But I remember at the time saying that it seems like the mass media is trying to paint a picture where the new hippies are the QAnon, the MAGA, the far right. They're the anti-establishment. And this is a big talking point in 2021. They were asking, how did hippies become a fringe right thing? Like, here's an example: August 6th. Now, note the date: August 6th, 2021. Has America's right wing entered its hippie phase? Right wing extremists are today's hippies. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up, QAnon's roots in New Age spirituality, when New Age and far right overlap. The reason I'm bringing this up is that on the anniversary of the Manson killings, which put a dark face on the whole hippie movement, you had this Q guy kill his kids because the cult made him do it. Like, Manson sent the killers, Q sent me, Q sent the shaman. So I'm pointing this out that the media had described it this way. Now, this is August 6th, 2021. And the Manson killings were August like 6th through the 8th. So it was over a couple of days. It was during this period. But now the man stabs his kid 17 times for Q in Santa Barbara. Now take a look at the date. Just a few days after they said that, Santa Barbara surfer dad enlightened by QAnon. His name was Coleman. Wasn't there another Coleman, the guy that burned those lodges? But yeah, Coleman stabbed his son 17 times. Again, 17 for Q. Sick story. My point in bringing it up is that when I saw the news media was comparing QAnon to the hippies, I had called it before. I said, watch, on the anniversary of the Manson killing, there's going to be some atrocity. And I had predicted more or less, or I had guessed that maybe a QAnoner would go kill a celebrity in Hollywood, like Tom Hanks or something. But instead, we got a QAnon shaman looking guy stabbing his children 17 times, which is still pretty heinous. I would call this an atrocity. It's also fake. I mean, I went through all of his social media. No reference to Trump, no reference to Q, nothing political. Not believable in the slightest. Angst G says, I saw Brian Stavely did an interesting video on Jurassic Liars. Yeah, I watched it. And I watched Jurassic Liars' response. You see, Jurassic Liars is a Bible believer. That's his frame of reference. That's his religion. He's Armenian. I think he was the first Christian nation. So he takes the Bible, very seriously. And the Mandela effect that are saying the Bible's changing. And he's not completely disagreeing with this. He's not a Mandela effect believer. He agrees with my take here that it's a trick. But to ascribe Bible changes to the Mandela effect is to suggest that there's some kind of tampering with the Word of God, and if God's not doing it, who's doing it? And if you're using this to wake people up, well, you're not waking people up to God's Word, you're waking people up to the modification of His Word. So it's almost like Stavely is leading his believers straight to hell. And that's what Jurassic Liars' take is. He's like, hey, you guys are going to hell, just doing you a favor, stop. And they laugh at that. And there's a back and forth, and it's not going anywhere. But it is kind of a blasphemous notion to spiritualize the Mandela effect over the Bible. I mean, think about it. You're going to try to be a spiritual person. You want to overcome this realm. You're going to go with the Bible, or you're going to go with this new age conspiracy that says reality's shifty because of 666 CERN, some kind of black magic physics, and we're going to go with that because it's desecrating the Bible. What if the Mandela effect changed it to where now all the crosses are upside down? You're still going to follow Mandela? I don't think so. Hank G says men are women and women are men now. It's just the Mandela effect in action. Yeah, it's the Transdela effect. I think we had a character in South Pole. We did a whole episode on the Mandela effect. And Darth Vader comes out, Luke, I'm your mother. He's like, no, and it's the Transdela effect. Now, I'd like to have a conversation with Stavely about the Mandela effect, not a debate. Nobody wins debates when one person is a believer and the other person is trying to figure out what can be known. but it would be an interesting conversation just to see where it's gone. I would hate for them to go extinct. I would hate for the Mandela effect movement to go extinct. And it will if they don't start having babies. Every religion grows by more or less, it's congenital. It's a congenital condition. You're born with it, for the most part. And if you want to spread your religion, you got to start having some children. And I don't see a lot of Mandela effect conferences. I mean, I see a lot of, well, every other kind of conference. Flat earthers are even having babies, I'm sure. But then the other question is, how do you raise your kids Mandela affected? Do you have to go find a bunch of VHS tapes and change them on your own so it looks like the old version you remember? Get them attached to that version, and then when they come of age, show them the real version, give them that paradigm shock. It's almost like you need a church. Like you'll need a Mandela effect church in order to structure an awakening into this. Otherwise, like I said, it's going to die off. There haven't been any new Mandela effects in like 20 years. And they're all referencing things that you got to be 40 or 50 to remember. And that's another thing. In 20 or 30 years, most of the Mandela affected are going to be approaching senility. Like you're 90 years old. You're Mandela affected? Or is there something else going on? Let me play a clip here. This is Michael Flynn, and he's explaining how if you don't like what the priest is saying, you can follow Trump.
I just know how I am. I mean, I know how I am. If I don't like the dude, and I'm a Catholic. If I don't like the priest, I go tell him. I tell him I don't like him. And if he doesn't change, I'm out. I go across town and find another one.
This is the same Michael Flynn who had a bunch of his followers reciting prayers from the Church Universal Triumphant, where they were invoking the aid of the 7 archangels. Michael Flynn is a fascinating character. He's behind the Q psyop. He's not the Q, but he's part of the team. And right now he is attaching religiosity to Trumpism and the Great Awakening. And Roger Stone has come out saying, if Trump's in jail and cannot run, Michael Flynn will fill in. So it might be President Flynn, although he's the most, one of the least appealing possible candidates of all time. Okay, we talked a little bit about the FBI shooting in Provo. Craig Robertson, who was a beloved father and brother, very helpful person, built a ramp for his neighbor's wheelchair. Really good guy, murdered by the deep state, martyr. But he was also posting death threats on the internet, and he was visited by the feds. So to the left, he's a terrorist. To the right, he's a martyr, kind of like George Floyd and all these others. Choose your own reality. So we've been scrolling up Gilded for the last few couple hours here, and we've gone back a full week. Now this is an interesting one. So the track FDT, a single by YG featuring Nipsey Hussle from the album Still Brazy, this came out on 3/30/2016. Fuck Donald Trump. March 30th, anniversary of Ronald Reagan getting shot. His shooter, born on 5/29, JFK's birthday. Now the interesting thing here to me, 3/30, assassination date, or attempted assassination. And it has an X through Trump's eye on the album cover. So fuck F Donald Trump, 3/30/2016, X through the eye, featuring Nipsey Hussle, who 3 years later would be assassinated at the age of 33 in a very Christ-like ritual. A crucifixion is kind of symbolized here, where he's carrying his son named Cross to the place where he's shot between 2 friends who are convicts. like Jesus carries a cross and dies between two thieves. 33. The Christ iconography was just attached to a hustle. And I've been doing a lot of research on this matter itself, the introduction of the Black Christ and what it means, and all the different ways it's been represented over the years. And it's a big picture that's emerging. Okay, now this is kind of pertinent to what we are about here. Linda says, I found Q. I saw this. The James Webb telescope, the $10 million telescope that brought you the space salami, well, they found what appears to be what they call a cosmic mysterious question mark. And what I find interesting about this is the worldview the masses live in is a flat and finite world. It's finite and it's shrinking. It exists in a shrinking enclosed system as they eradicate ideas that don't comport with their new world. And I've been saying, like the whole infinite plane society notion is that we don't have a model. And to start with the model is to subject yourself to the possibility of cognitive bias steering you towards the facts that support that model. So I said, no, infinite till proven otherwise, just meaning it's a question. All these false explanations, you take them down, but if you don't have something to replace them, all you can do is put up a question mark. So if I were to describe the flat Earth map, it would look like the one that you've seen, but no dome, and beyond the edge, it would be space, emptiness, surrounded by question marks, until we find out. And people say, well, what's at the edge of the Earth? Like, well, what's at the edge of the universe? There's a point where we don't know. And the fact is, they just think that the point where ignorance begins is way the hell out there. And we figured out everything in between. And I'm saying no, that our ignorance is much closer. Much, much closer. And so I find it just kind of interesting that the question mark is out there at the deepest reach of the James Webb telescope. Overpriced and a million miles away, you'll never get your money back. Cubstar says, is it a question mark or a cheesy puff? Ambiguous. Could be either, says Linda Curtis. A cosmic cheesy puff in the shape of a question mark. Now, I'm not saying I believe this is real. I think it's fake. But I want to tell you that it's an absolute fact that every single SpaceX NASA fanboy will believe it. They will believe it's real. And if it turns out that somebody working with the James Webb Telescope was actually messing around with cheesy poofs, they would fall for it. The Atlantic put this out last August 11th, 2022. Don't feel bad about falling for the viral space chorizo. An assortment of celestial objects can sometimes resemble cured meats. Scientists' space telescope photo, a stunning new photo from Proxima Centauri, was just a slice of meat. Top scientists admit space telescope image was a slice of meat, not the distant star they claimed. Yet, nice use of a $10 million piece of equipment. French scientist had to apologize for his spicy space prank after tweeting a picture of a slice of chorizo claiming it was a distant star. Now, how far away was the star? Anyone care to guess? 4.2 light years away. There's your 42. I'm just saying, it's just notable that you have to. Elon Musk loves his 42 jokes. It's their way of joking that space is fake. You know what's at the end of that movie, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? By the way, where this 42 number really comes from in Musk's use of it. And it was written by someone who was born on a 311. Douglas Adams was born on a 311. Just bringing that up. But this is where a lot of this space fakery stuff comes from, or the pranks, the inside jokes that hint at how fake things are. But the main thing about the movie is you have this supercomputer, like at the center of the universe, that is asked, what is the meaning to life and everything? What's the point? And the answer is 42. But I find it notable here that we're talking about some type of supercomputer being introduced. And it's, obviously connected to Musk. And Musk is connected to Neuralink and AI and everything else. Now, that article from The Atlantic about why people fell for it, they fell for it because they're auto believers. Auto believers fell for it. Think about this. All of the smartest people in the world, people smarter than pretty much anybody here, like all the rocket surgeons out there, all of the space fanboys, they're watching this space program evolve, they're watching this new telescope, they see this slice of meat, and they think it's real because they automatically believe it. And the people who don't believe it are the skeptics. And what they've tried to do, and what they've successfully done, is they try to create the perception in the mind of the public that people who are skeptical out of Donnie, was it the Dunning-Kruger effect, overestimating their own understanding, or that they're skeptical because of some intellectual deficiency, or they're just arrogant or anti-authoritarian. And I know skepticism is not the result of some kind of anti-authoritarian streak. It's not some knee-jerk contrarianism. There's a rational basis for it. But if you're not skeptical, you're going to fall for space salamis and cheesy poofs. And you're going to fall for it after you pay $10 billion. That's an expensive lie machine. But okay, now we know we can't trust them because they can fake stars. Now, if they can fake a star 4.2 trillion light years away, what can they fake at the microcosmic level? Like, could they fake, I don't know, viruses? And could they get the smartest people in the room to believe it? If they can get the smartest people in the world, all the rocket surgeons, to believe that a piece of salami is a star 4.2 trillion light years away, they can get all the same people to believe that this little drawing of a spiky red ball is going to kill you all. All right, so this has been Infinite Plane Saturday for 8/12/2023. We are in the early stages of our run phase as we go back into our routine 24/7 live streaming. We have a pretty vibrant, gilded research room, as I was showing you. Everything that we talked about today was just from the last 5 days or so of discussion over at Gilded, and we really glossed over a lot of it. But yeah, things are definitely picking up. Our research does lead somewhere. We are aggregating all of our best intel and arriving at some of the best pictures. And I think we're constantly learning, and we're constantly making use of the brainstorming capabilities of a think tank, arriving at, for example, this bodybuilder live streams, shoots his ex, and we realize, okay, well, this is obviously part of this bigger agenda, an attack on toxic masculinity, and they've created archetypes for us all along to be able to process this programming. So you have James Cameron says testosterone's a toxin, and you look at Terminator T2, epitome of toxic masculinity. It's like, well, he's connected to this major transformative psyop of introducing us to Gaia worship, which is a goddess-centric worldview that cannot coexist with the masculine capitalism, toxic masculine ways of organizing society that kill the goddess. In fact, in the movie Avatar 2, Earth is dead. Man has killed Gaia. They didn't even know she was alive. That's why they go into Pandora. And of course, the people on Pandora are there to say that we've got to protect her from these Marines with their big guns. Let me play this clip because there are so many agendas blowing up here. And I want to make sure that we don't lose track of this thing in Utah, where this individual was shot after threatening President Biden, and how he is being lauded as some kind of a hero or a martyr.
You're watching.
This is Jack Posobiec, And what he said is this, that what happened in Utah was the regime conducting a show of force.
Washington, D.C. Today is August 10th, 2023, Anno Domini. What you just saw there was a very confusing clip recorded by a man in Provo, Utah. 6:15 a.m., an FBI SWAT team shows up across the street at the home of his elderly neighbor in his 70s, banging on the door, pre-dawn raid, screaming. An explosion goes off. The video cuts off. We later find out that the man was wanted and had been under investigation by the FBI. They had a search warrant as well and an arrest warrant.
Anyway, as it plays out, it doesn't really seem like a stretch. He invited it. He invited this thing, and then to paint it up like this is some kind of an attack on the right wing, that they're coming for all of you. No, they're not coming for you unless you're making threats online, unless you're inviting it. And this is the same kind of reasoning they're using for Trump. Like, oh yeah, Trump's just in the way. They're coming after you. Really? Because I'm not hoarding classified documents. I'm not engaging in stochastic terror. I'm not trying to coerce governors into finding more votes. Like, if you believe the mainstream stories, it just seems to me that these are not examples of what I would consider to be martyrs that are representative of the people. Jack Posobiec, though, is an interesting character to follow because he's a key figure in the new satanic panic. And what I've really learned here is that the satanic panic is the way that the elite Psywar targets the right, who aren't as affected by the pandemic. They're afraid of vaccines, but they're not afraid of the virus thing. That terrorizes the left. But they are still afraid of sin and social contagion and the moral pandemic thing. So I see Jack Posobiec as a major league instigator on all these different fronts. So it doesn't surprise me that he'd be right here. Oh, and if you didn't know, the CIA moderates Wikipedia. Wikipedia is one of the many tools used by the U.S. liberal establishment and its allies to wage information warfare, says the site's co-founder Larry Sanger. Like, I think we all knew this information warfare. As early as 2008, the CIA and FBI computers were used to edit Wikipedia. Do you think they stopped doing it back then? Right. Absolutely not. I mean, this is the thing. Every platform, every independent media platform, whoever's reporting to you about how Wikipedia is compromised. Even if they don't know they're compromised, there really isn't any independent media insofar as all alternative media is essentially bouncing off of the same screen. They're choosing from the same limited menu of current things, and they're all operating from the same frame of reference. Therefore, they're all compromised. They're all edited by the CIA for all intents and purposes. It doesn't make like the idea that Wikipedia is somehow uniquely untrustworthy or compromised is a joke. And the level of censorship and targeted censorship goes down to the level of the individual. They target individuals, they target think tanks, and people who frequent these think tanks. We can see the shadow banning and shadow blocking on Twitter. That is something that I've overcome. As you all know, I'm switching my blue check account to the other one where I can live stream, I can do spaces, and all these things had been denied me on the other account for no reason, preemptively. And I think it's because they know that if we have a few hundred people live and we're talking about fake news on Twitter, we can kind of force the conversation to occur around social influencers that they don't want to handle this stuff. The auto hoax take on anything is not something that you can handle if you're an alternative media person. Like the red pill is not compatible with the white pill. Red pill says, they're not telling you this, be afraid of this. White pill says, this is fake. What are you afraid of? this fearocracy offers a false awakening. And the false awakening takes the form of the outrage driven wokers or the red pillars. And these false awakenings prevent you from leaving their universe of bad ideas, their shrinking universe of bad ideas. Hey, here's a really compelling piece of predictive programming from Vice magazine, 1994. Al Qaeda in cartoon planes. It looks like a Beavis and Butthead imagined as terrorists, and they're flying into the Twin Towers. And if you look at the locations, it looks pretty on point. This is from Vice. There are many, many, many examples of predictive programming in the Twin Towers showing you how it was not spontaneous, that this was imprinted into the mass consciousness. And I bring this up because the level of saturation leading up to 9/11 is comparable to the level of saturation saying that Donald Trump is A, the Antichrist, or B, going to get some kind of Antichrist-like Revelations 13 head wound and survive and bring about the apocalypse. And then he kicks off his campaign at Waco, just as Waco releases that American Apocalypse series. So I'm just pointing out that if predictive programming is a predictive model that we know that it is, then, even though 8/4 didn't happen as many were guessing, I don't think the logic supported that kind of a specific guess. It's still going to happen. They don't pull the plug on these operations. It's still going to occur sooner or later, although I'm not waiting on this particular thing, but I think we can all kind of read the stitching on the fastball. And when it happens, we have to be the first ones to say, no, it's not a psyop. Or rather, it's not a false flag. It's not a psyop in the sense Musk would say. But what we're looking at instead is actually a hoax. It's going to be difficult because they're drowning out the truth by design with mis and disinformation and a bunch of irrelevant, non-contextualized information. And you know what we bring to the picture here is context. We bring a model. We do have a model. The ball one is fallacious. The flat one is incomplete and not a model. But the understanding of the worldview as such does actually constitute a model, if you ask me. Anyway, thanks for joining. This is Death to the Ball.
Mission